That's why I said, and Honorable Luge, you have spoken to me several times and indicate to me that sometimes you find members are being personal. And in that instant there, it was you who was the one being very personal after I spoke to Honorable Shanks Esprit. So let me just, before we proceed, yeah, but before, I'm going to give you an opportunity. But I must at least bring to the House attention what Honorable Ostry pointed out. In regards to Standing Order 44.6, I don't even have to go in it, but I rather 44.6, let me just get it. I think off my head I remember, and 44.4. Okay, yes, 44.4. It says there that it shall be out of order to use offensive or insulting or disrespectful language about members of the House or against the House in the House of Assembly, but that is between two members, but within the chamber. And then 44.6 says, no member shall impute improper motives or to any member of the House or indulge in personalities except on substantive motion moved for the purpose. Even if I did not know exactly what the words were, I said that members should not be involved in personalities and back and forth. Yes, Honorable Luque.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thanks for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me share with the whole House because we have people just there. All I was telling Shanks when I found out that he was getting married, I have a ring, you know, and actually complimented him on that step. I never said anything untoward, disrespectful, and he can confirm that. And when I approached him, he apologized to me on the outside, and I accepted his apology. So I never said anything disrespectful to. So for Mr. Ostry to assume that I said anything, he will confirm. You know, and there's this gentleman, the Deputy Speaker, sitting right there. So I actually complimented him on, you know, he getting married soon and stuff. You know, so I never said, and if you notice, in the House, right, if people attack me, as I said, you know, and that's why it's good for the Speaker to deal with things promptly, you know. You didn't know what I said. So it was really out of place. So he apologized.
Yes,
and
yes.
he further apologized in the House. So it wasn't anything untoward that I said to him at all.
Yes, but let me, I don't really want to go into details of everything, but one,
But I had to
he did not take the issue of the ring lightly. That's one. And hold on, he did not take it lightly. He felt it was personal. That's one, but I'm not going to the details of how he felt. That's one. And number two, in regard, did you mention anything about abattoir to him?
No, when I was on my feet. When I was on my feet.
Yes, yes. Again,
I spoke
again, other members will not know, but you mentioned something dealing with the abattoir.
But that's when I was on my feet.
Yes, nice, nice. But I don't want to have that on the record, so I'm not going to repeat it. So if you mention something about the abattoir, you mentioned something about his ring, which is very personal.
About his?
The ring, I would ask you to please apologize so we can proceed with the proceedings of the House.
No, you didn't understand what I said about the
Yes.
ring now?
Yes, I understood, but it's how he took it. That was unnecessary. Yeah, he was offended.
But he never said that he was offended in anything I said.
Again, we were not there, but did you mention about the abattoir?
What I said about the abattoir is what I read in this.
No, no, no. You were personal on him in terms of the abattoir while he was on his feet, so he took it. That's why he reacted. So again, be a big man. That's why I do not want to go into the personalities. Honorable Esprit showed in regards to personality and respect that he apologized to the House because it actually brought the House into disrepute. And it was not only him. So for the records, we need to have both members apologizing to the House. That's all.
See what is happening, you know. there was an aside. I tell you what I said on the aside. What you should have dealt with promptly is what was said while he was on his feet, and you didn't do that.
Yes, but
and
the matter, but no, the matter, no, the matter is brought to the House on a point of order.
I didn't say anything untoward in the asides.
Honorable Luge, the matter is brought to the House on a point of order. The Speaker must deal with it. The Speaker must deal with it. You understand? If, for example, somebody says something about a member, but the member is not even there to respond, sometimes I could decide to let it slide in the interest of the House.
Well, when the member is here, because I think that's the only way to clarify, because he never expressed it on the outside
you
when
see,
he apologized
again,
to me. He never expressed
Honorable Luge, the Honorable Senator did not go
him.
through the long story, he just came and apologized to the House.
Mr. Speaker, that is on you, Mr. Speaker. That is on you.
Honorable Luge, do the right thing.
People's families must be left out of the House.
But that's how we interpreted it.
People's families must be left out of the House.
Exactly what you are saying, that's how we interpreted it. He interpreted it as being personal on him. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah?
I'm telling you, you are saying that people's families should be left out of the House.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, no matter if what you spoke to him about,
I didn't
he
bring
took it
any
personal.
Person family in the House, Mr.
He
Speaker.
took it personal.
No, he didn't say that I brought his family into the House. He didn't say that nowhere.
Honorable Luge,
He didn't say that anywhere.
Honorable Luge,
Yes.
you forcing my hand.
What's that?
I'm asking you to just apologize, but
Forcing your hand for
you
what
need,
now?
but you need to be a big man and just apologize to the.
What it is, that doesn't make me, I'm a big man of my own accord. That doesn't make me a big man.
But if the House...
To force me to do something that I'm not guilty of doesn't make me a big man. You want to make me a slave in this House?
Yes. The fact that...
Where is
Senator,
Shams?
the
Let
fact that,
Shams speak
you
for
know,
himself. If
Mr.
he's
Speaker,
in this House,
clearly the
somebody
fact that
pushing
the
him to do
gentleman
that.
responded in the way he did, to the extent that you as Speaker found that his response was unparliamentary, Mr. Speaker. That is what provoked his response, because of what Danny Luge, member for Rosenhoff, said to him. So it was offensive to him, Mr. Speaker.
What did I say
and you
to him?
cannot decide. You cannot decide
What
what
did
is
I say to
offensive
him?
to an individual, what is not. If the guy felt so offended that he responded in a manner which you, the Speaker, think was unparliamentary, then what provoked his response? He was provoked by whatever the member for Rosenhoff said to him, Mr. Speaker. And on that basis, he responded. And if he's going to be punished or penalized for a response to an attack, whatever it is, I believe the same measure should apply to the aggressor, who in that case, Mr. Speaker, and the member for Rosenhoff have not said that he did not say something to the gentleman. And the gentleman felt offended by what the member for Rosenhoff said to him.
Well, that's what I was trying to indicate to the honorable member. It is not for us to judge. It's the member responded and reacted. And I said, both members, both of you in your absence. I said both members, but you were not there, and he was not there. But as soon as he came back, he apologized.
Mr. Speaker, one final interjection. We must remember that this is the highest court in the land. So when we're doing things, it must be done fairly. I don't have a problem apologizing, but for what? And until we get to the highest court of the land, what it is that I said to him, and he said that he was offended because he never told me that he was offended by what I said to him. He never said that. That never happened.
But you,
so it seems that he have some other instigator.
But you indicated.
He never said that. He apologized to me. He never asked me to apologize to him.
But
so what is coming to this
but
house
you
now,
came to me.
That's the highest court of the land. Let's be fair in the highest court.
But if we are being fair, are you being fair to the senator? You came to me and felt offended. So I ask you, what did you say to him?
No. When I came to you, it was to tell you that you should have dealt with what he said immediately.
Yes, but what
and you agreed.
Yeah, I said, but I said it was at the time. I know.
You mustn't let things get out of hand.
No, Honorable Luge. He dealt with it immediately as he came in. That's what I told you. By the time you spoke to me, I had already apologized.
You know what, Mr. Speaker? I apologize. Mr. Speaker, just so that this thing will go on, but I'm aware, because he never asked me for apology, because clearly he didn't feel offended by anything that I said to him, and I didn't say anything offensive to him, but I still apologize. Okay, that doesn't make me a big man. That's not what makes you a big man.
Okay.
Okay, but I apologize.
All right, yeah.
Okay, I'm wasting time
Yes.
on this.
The mic on this side. Mic, yeah. Yeah. Again, I just want to comment on this back and forth. I think all in all, last week we had a good debate session. I agree with members when they say that we should not be personal. But for us to improve, it has to start with us. You know, it has to start with us. So if we think something offends someone or will offend someone, we should not do it. House resumes, debate continues. Senator Sanford, you were on your feet last week. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to this year's ongoing budget discussion. Let me first of all commend the members of my team for their presentation thus far. I also want to commend the leader of the opposition who have, I believe, enough courage to continue to stand and ask relevant questions on behalf of Dominica. I also want to commend the members on the other side for their presentation. I believe that some of you presented very well, and it's commendable. But Mr. Speaker, I'm here today to another routine and incremental activity conducted by an administration that's exhausted, led by a leader who lacks innovation and creativity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the budgetary estimates before me, I see unfolding another fiscal year full of wastage, extravagance in some places, and in other areas, Mr. Speaker, areas that are very questionable. For the last 3 years, Mr. Speaker, we saw that budgetary spending totaled about $3.2 billion. Total revenue returns for that same period, about $2.2 billion, Mr. Speaker. And according to revenues collected, this is about 50% of overall expenditure. This in itself is signaling an economy in constant decline. An economy, Mr. Speaker, that is denying all proven economic theories, an economy that has exaggerated little productivity, Mr. Speaker. It has a lot of excessive spending, Mr. Speaker, and there's also, Mr. Speaker, a resulting poor circulation of monies domestically. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this simply means that the man on the streets is hearing only the millions in the Prime Minister's speech, but this is where it stays, Mr. Speaker, with the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the reality is almost 40% of government expenditure is financed through lending. This increases our national debt. As a result, we have little to no economic activity, there's a decrease in productivity, and we have staggering high rates of unemployment. This does not spell out hope and prosperity for our youth, Mr. Speaker. And so, therefore, no exaggerated marketing, no amount of propaganda ploy, no amount of strategy can turn the economic failures of the DLP administration into jobs and money for our youth or for the farmers within the Kalinago territory. Mr. Speaker, this year's budget projects a total expenditure of at least $1.1 billion, total revenue of about $3.1 million, Mr. Speaker. Another 30% in deficit. When we calculate total expenditure for 4 years, it comes to $4.3 billion. And, Mr. Speaker, this will further increase our national debt. We see a reduction in total revenue returns shows an economic contraction. 3 years, Mr. Speaker, the economy has been contracting. This means that without the sale of CBI, Dominica is broke. And every Dominican is feeling it, Mr. Speaker. Our farmers, our barbers, our shopkeepers, the public servants, the private sectors, Mr. Speaker, everybody is feeling the pressure under this DLP administration. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living is skyrocketing and our salaries remain stagnant. Even the famous Samantha on social media took to Facebook and said at one time, "Look, oh Lord, I'm going to turn off my fridge because Domlek is killing me." Mr. Speaker, that is what the Dominica Labour Party has done to Dominicans. They have put Dominicans under pressure, Mr. Speaker. Laborites, opposition members, everybody is feeling the pressure under the Dominica Labour Party. Therefore, we cannot continue to spend lavishly on initiatives that are not sustainable. We cannot continue to be delusional. These are real problems that require real solutions, and therefore we have to brace ourselves for the challenges ahead, Mr. Speaker. I listened to some members as they tried to rebut the leader of the opposition in regards to debt to GDP ratio, Mr. Speaker. And it literally scares me when honorable members who are expected to know better and to do better and to lead Dominicans, Mr. Speaker, purposely try to mislead the people of Dominica. The Honorable Blackmore went so far as to try to compare the US and Japan to Dominica debt to GDP ratio, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not only ridiculous, but it is dumb, Mr. Speaker. The US and Japan are first world countries. Dominica is still a developing country, Mr. Speaker. But since you want to compare, we can go ahead and compare. And I have in my hand, as per the year 2021, some figures, Mr. Speaker. And I want him to take note of the product exports of these countries as well. So in Japan, we have debt to GDP ratio of 260%. Total export in US dollars, $623 billion. USA, 132% in debt to GDP ratio. Total export in US dollars, $1.34 trillion, Mr. Speaker. And St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, which compares similarly to Dominica, has a debt to GDP ratio of 95%. Their total export in US dollars, Mr. Speaker, $59.6 million. Dominica, Mr. Speaker, has a debt to GDP ratio of 106%, and their total export, Mr. Speaker, is $12.7 million. You can get that figure on the eccd.org. Mr. Speaker, the figures for Dominica equates the figures for agriculture in the 1970s. Yes. So this Dominica Labour Party has taken Dominicans back to the 1970s. So it's very, very disturbing, Mr. Speaker. When I listen to people like the Honorable Vince Henderson, he's not there right now, but stand and tell the people of Dominica that we should not worry about debt. And I am concerned because these are the people who are supposed to look out for the best interest of Dominicans. Mr. Speaker, I want to let the Honorable Henderson know that he was very eloquent, he was very smooth, but he has failed the people of Dominica. And the reason is from 2003 to 2022, we have spent over $90 million on the geothermal energy project, Mr. Speaker. And we have yet to light even a flashlight from this project, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will submit that if these monies were invested into a decentralized hydroelectricity model over that same time period, we would already be seeing results. And that is what a United Workers' Party government would have done. Mr. Speaker, there's this excuse about Hurricane Maria. There are other countries, Mr. Speaker, who have been devastated by disasters, like Puerto Rico, for example, Mr. Speaker, devastated. But today, their debt to GDP ratio is 67.9%, and their total export is $6.6 billion. So we need to stop using Maria as an excuse. We need to really look and see that it is the incompetence of this administration that has our country stunted, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Health, new health investment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Minister of Health, who spoke so eloquently and so convincingly, Mr. Speaker, that for a moment I even thought that the ministry was doing well. And I almost asked myself, like the Labourite who came down to vote in 2019, when he saw this huge, massive concrete jungle in Castlebrooks, he shouted, "Is this Nashville?" Mr. Speaker, I almost asked myself if this is Nashville. This year's estimate, Mr. Speaker, on page 14, shows that the Ministry of Health is allocated $15,244,758 for public sector programs. I believe that this is insufficient. We see, however, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister's office gets a whooping $97 million for public sector programs. Mr. Speaker, economic growth and health go hand in hand. If our people are not healthy, they will not be able to produce the $700 million in exports that we are projecting for 2030. Mr. Speaker, although life expectancy is an indicator of health, we also know that lately on the emo news, a lot of our young people are dying. People below the ages of 50, even low as 30, Mr. Speaker. There are other indicators of health, like infant mortality, Mr. Speaker, that we have seen increase from 2013, 25 deaths per 1,000 live births, to 2020, where we now have 32 deaths per 1,000 live births, Mr. Speaker. We also heard the Honorable King said that child abuse have increased over the last 2 years. We also heard, Mr. Speaker, that crime and violence have increased, Mr. Speaker. But it's a fact, child abuse have increased.
I stand on a point of clarification.
So,
Member,
Mr. Speaker,
member,
No.
the Honorable Minister is
child abuse
standing.
cases have increased. Mr. Speaker, we also see that in the...
Are you standing on a point of order?
Mr. Speaker,
No, there is no clarification. So, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, in the psychiatric unit, we also see that there's an increase in mental health problems among our young people. Our men are getting psychosis on cannabis, and our women are getting mental health problems due to sexual abuse and emotional abuse, Mr. Speaker. And whilst it is good to have state-of-the-art beds and state-of-the-art chairs and huge walls, Mr. Speaker, I believe the most critical issue is that patient care should come first. Yes. A critical question to the minister is, if it was so nice and rosy as you claim, why is it that so many Dominicans are afraid to go to the Dominica China Friendship Hospital? You seem to be oblivious to the terrible personal experiences and the reviews of patients at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital. Mr. Speaker, if a patient is admitted to the hospital and his medical doctor tells him, "We do not have the facility to help you here in Dominica," Mr. Speaker, if that person do not have private insurance, they have to walk up the financial steps and ask the Prime Minister for $80,000 or $150,000, Mr. Speaker, to be flown overseas. This is what happens in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. This one-man system decides who lives and who dies in this country. This is frightening, Mr. Speaker. Staff retention. We cannot continue, Mr. Speaker. We cannot continue.
Clearly, Mr. Speaker.
You stand on a point of order?
No, yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, member. Yeah, Senator, he's standing on a point of order, so you'll have to take your seat.
Do I have to?
Yes, if he's standing on a point of order.
If you cannot sit, beg excuse to stand. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the member cannot sit in this parliament and to say one man, the Prime Minister, decides who lives or who dies in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. That cannot be acceptable.
I agree. This is,
cannot be acceptable.
just withdraw the statement. No, it comes back to the same thing. So withdraw the statement. Hold on 1 second. Put it on the green. It's on green? Yeah, hold. Yeah, it's unparliamentary and it's imputing improper motive. Even if you say think, yeah, so you have to withdraw, yes. Yes, you have to withdraw it.
I withdraw. Staff retention, Mr. Speaker.
And just take one second. Let me just read something there quick.
Are you giving
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, just for the members' own information, all members of the House, and also you on your feet. Standing Order 43 says, no member shall interrupt another member except by raising to a point of order when the member speaking shall resume his seat, and the member interrupting shall simply direct the attention to the point to which he desires to bring to notice and submit it to the Speaker or the Chair. The second part, that is B, says, to elucidate some matter raised by the member that in the course of his debate, if the member is speaking, is willing to give way and resume his seat. So just to clarify something, if a member wants to stand and say a point of, there is no point of clarification, but if you want to clarify, it is up to the member standing on his feet to sit or not to sit. If you stand on a point of order, the member has no choice but to take her seat or his seat. Proceed. Yeah, he stood on a point of order. Yes. Yeah, he pointed it out. Imputing improper motive, he said it. So let us proceed.
Staff retention, Mr. Speaker. We cannot continue to train our healthcare workers for the overseas market, Mr. Speaker. This is wasting resources. We need to have an urgent retention plan for our healthcare workers. Are you aware, Mr. Speaker, that $64,000 a month is the salary of 10 medical specialists in Dominica? 10 medical specialists? So what is the priority of this government really? Is it to care for Dominicans? Or is it to keep the PM in a palace with such a massive rent? This seems to be a broken down system, Mr. Speaker. The greed of people, they are crippling the lives of medical professionals in this country. And guess what? Dominicans are paying the price. Patient care. Mr. Speaker, my pal rep may have visited one of our brothers in Crayfish River, Monkey Hill, who spent 2 weeks at the hospital, Mr. Speaker, after receiving a stroke. He was sent home with a massive bed sore on his backside, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my pal rep must also have known that the burial that we attended on the weekend, if he had visited this lady about 1 month before, she would have told him that she fell twice from her bed whilst at the hospital. Staff shortage, Mr. Speaker, is affecting the quality of care of patients. I have here in my hand, Mr. Speaker, a letter that was written to the permanent secretary during the time that doctors, Mr. Speaker, were having this issue with the government. And he said in his last statement, if you would permit me to read just the last statement, Mr. Speaker, because this ambassador was advocating for a doctor.
But who is reading? Whose letter is this?
It's a letter. If you want, I can
From
have a
who?
copy for you.
From
You
who?
want a copy?
No, if you want to
It's
quote
an ambassador.
say, you could continue, but I don't think you should talk about the letter, but quote what you want to quote.
Yes.
Just proceed.
I just want to give you the context of this letter. So it was written to this doctor to take on the roles of our 2 medical Kalinago doctors who would not be at work because they did not sign their contract. And this is what he said. This is what he said, Mr. Speaker. He said the doctor will continue to work the established schedule and the on-call that he have planned because the work overload can put in risk the quality and the life of patients. This is what we need to consider, Mr. Speaker, the quality and life of our patients. It's very, very, very important. And therefore, I call upon our nurse supervisors, our medical supervisors as well, Mr. Speaker, who continue to put the patient's life at risk when they work with staff shortage at the medical facilities. And so I want to applaud the ambassador, and I want to tell him thank you, because in the midst of chaos, he saw the need to put the patients first. Mr. Speaker, the Salibia Health Facility. It is really a shame that the Salibia Health Facility has been rented for $1 a year to this government. And Mr. Speaker, this facility has not been given the requisite resources to provide quality care for the indigenous people of Dominica. We have been promised a medical district for 10 years, Mr. Speaker. We have been promised a medical doctor. This has yet to materialize. Mr. Speaker, this administration needs to stop taking the Kalinago people for fools. Kalinago people, Mr. Speaker, are not so easy to please anymore. And so they will teach you a lesson very soon. Mr. Speaker, when we look around, we see that this room is well lighted. Do you know that there are many families who went without electricity because of the high cost of electricity when this government took Dominica over, Mr. Speaker? The bills, Mr. Speaker, have added tremendous stress to our people in Dominica, adding mental stress to them. And so I am disappointed at the level of attention that the mental health is being given in Dominica. According to PAHO, Mr. Speaker, we would need at least 5 medical psychiatrists to be able to care for our population. In Dominica, we only have 1 psychiatrist, Mr. Speaker. Do you also know, Mr. Speaker, that the mental health department is not part of the new Dominica China Friendship Hospital? Given the conditions and what happened with Kia and Alexander, Mr. Speaker, and our daughter Kanisha, mental health is becoming a serious problem in Dominica, and we have to do something about it. Things are hard. The government cannot provide jobs for young people to be able to care for their families and build their own homes. And so the pressure is causing our people to break. Mental health is on the increase, Mr. Speaker. And so these are some of my recommendations. The government needs to support the mental health institutions in Dominica. They need to help complete the refurbishment of the day hospital at the psychiatric unit so that vagrants and destitute persons can receive rehabilitation right here in Dominica. They need to enroll the mentally disabled persons in the social support systems so that families and communities who can have the necessary resources to help maintain these people. We need to train and we need to assign social workers and mental health nurses to the various health districts to assist families, Mr. Speaker, when they are discharged from the psychiatric hospital. We need to provide better pay packages for our healthcare workers. That is what will cause them to stay here, Mr. Speaker. We need to also recruit and train healthcare workers according to the healthcare needs of the country. And we need to ensure that the police are trained in some form of mental health care studies or course, Mr. Speaker, so that they will be able to deal with the mentally ill clients in a more professional manner. Child abuse, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the Honorable Blackmore as he delivered on the child abuse issue. And I was really expecting something more substantial from him, honestly, Mr. Speaker. He spoke about the laws that the DLP had amended in Parliament a few years ago. And we all know that the laws are present. We know that the DLP amended the laws. But, Mr. Speaker, what we need him to do is to enforce these laws, Mr. Speaker. He needs to ensure that the persons who are sexually grooming our people through WhatsApp face the penalty, Mr. Speaker, even if they're wearing a red shirt. Mr. Speaker, what we need him to do is to have his police officers respond as quickly to a child abuse case as to when an opposition member is perceived to be, quote unquote, inciting violence, Mr. Speaker. What we need him to do, Mr. Speaker, is to call the judge at 2 a.m. and demand a court hearing in quick time, just as you were able to work magic with the judges during the Dr. Fountain arrest. And most of all, we need him to take into consideration the recommendations put forward.
Yes, member.
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
She said she withdraw. The honorable member, she said. Withdraw? Which party withdraw?
Whatever you want me to withdraw.
Which one?
Whatever you want me to withdraw.
No, this.
Which one?
Do you want me to withdraw?
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Senator, you need to clearly say what you withdraw.
But he's stand up. What do you want me to withdraw?
This is straightforward. Just withdraw this statement and let's move on.
I don't know what you want me to withdraw.
Yes.
On a point of order.
Yeah, your mic was on already. Yes.
I hate to interrupt. I believe that members should be given the latitude to make the contribution, as me personally. And I hate to stand to interrupt. But I think we have a fundamental responsibility to educate and edify the public.
It's a point of order.
And then to impute it improper motive by saying that I was instrumental in the arrest of Dr. Fountain.
Yes.
And I wanted to withdraw that, please.
No, I did not say that. I said you need.
So, Honorable Blackmore, your mic, yes.
she said, what she said about instrumental and opening the court, what she means.
Yes, so take your seat, Honorable Blackmore. So, Senator, you said something dealing with 2 a.m. and the Honorable Minister. That section, you need to withdraw this. But if you just withdraw and move on. The statement there.
I withdraw the statement.
Which
about
statement?
2 a.m. in the morning.
You need to clearly say what you're withdrawing.
Regarding
If you say you withdraw, what are you withdrawing? But you have your notes. You just your statement. You read it. You know what you read. Just withdraw that whole
I
section.
withdraw the statement that said that we need the minister to demand a court hearing in quick time, as fast as the judges did during Dr. Fonkein's arrest.
So withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
Okay. Come proceed.
What we need you to do, Honorable Blackmore, is to take into consideration these recommendations that the National Youth Council, the University of the West Indies Open Campus, and the Girl Guides put forward. One, to have a special department within the police force to attend specifically to child abuse cases. We really need that. We need you to raise the age of consent from 16 years to 18 years. We need you to establish a sexual offenders registry and to have a family court here in Dominica. Ministry of Housing and Land Development. This year, $86,965 is allocated to the Ministry of Housing, Mr. Speaker. And I'm extremely happy that the people are receiving homes, but I'm very disturbed about one of the programs, Mr. Speaker, and that is the Modern Resilient Housing Program. The real question is, Mr. Speaker, under this program, who is benefiting the most from this program? I have here in my hand a list of the projects done by the MMCE, Mr. Speaker. One, the Bellevue Chopin, 353 residential units. Cotton Hill, 9 units. Castle Bruce Apartment, 68 units. Lapland, Daly's, Grand Fond, San Sauvé, 66 units. Georgetown, 68 apartments. Roseau Upper Riverbank, 52 residential apartments. And the list goes on, Mr. Speaker, to include other projects on the healthcare, education, the international airport, community centers, the national lab, roads, in tourism, education, government facility, Northern headquarters, and now this new future housing development program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the economic and social review for the financial year 2020-2021, we see that on page 103 of that book, Mr. Speaker, that it is said that 90 units, which includes G-Mead, Granby, and Stock Farm, cost an average of $375,000 EC. Mr. Speaker, when we look on page 104, it says that the total project cost at least $46.4 million. Mr. Speaker, when we divide 46.4 by 90, we get a total of $515,555. Mr. Speaker, these figures are not delusions. This is real. Are we allowing the homes to be built for more than it should actually cost? Mr. Speaker, this is quite troubling, and I would like the Minister of Finance to speak to these figures and to these irregularities. Mr. Speaker, the significance of my calculation is, and you may be wondering why, the people of the Kalinago territory are given contracts to build homes for at least $125,000 EC. They're able to construct these homes on private lands. But we have this MMCE building homes costing $515,000 plus. Mr. Speaker, in the economic review, page 105, we also see that there's a local contractor component to it, Mr. Speaker. We see that $10.9 million was allocated to councils across the island to help local contractors get jobs. How much, Mr. Speaker? $10.9 million, Mr. Speaker. So while the MMCE gets multi-million-dollar projects.
He says on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, I hate to interrupt, but I'm concerned. So that's why I stand on a point of order.
Yeah, he said he's rising, standing on a point of order, yes.
For this reason, I'm standing on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, because I cannot sit here and allow the senator to use flood mathematics, Mr. Speaker, to come up with flood calculations, Mr. Speaker, to speak about the cost of housing, as you would see, if the government is reporting 300,000, and to merely divide the whole, a total, by number of units, and to fail to neglect, to include, Mr. Speaker, the development costs, the cost of the infrastructure, the cost of the services, Mr. Speaker, and all of this, and to report incorrect figures, Mr. Speaker. It's imputing, Mr. Speaker, it's suggesting, Mr. Speaker.
So are you saying, in terms of the standing order, what is imputing?
Mr. Speaker, what is being done, Mr. Speaker? What, Mr. Speaker, may I finish?
Members, just the member is on his feet. Let him just complete the point of order.
Mr. Speaker, it is suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that the government is mismanaging, Mr. Speaker, the assets, the finances of the country, Mr. Speaker. And this is inaccurate and it's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. It's suggesting that the government is possibly hiding money, Mr. Speaker, and inaccurately reporting.
No, he have said clearly it's imputing improper motive. He have said that clearly. So, member, again, but you see, in a matter of calculations, I'll just continue because it's difficult to stop, and so just continue. But the member, the honorable minister point is clear and pointed. He's saying that he's imputing that the government is trying to hide something. So I agree with him. Let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I was only asking questions, huh? Right. No, I asked a question. I asked for an explanation from the Minister of Finance. Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, whilst this free housing is being provided for majority of persons who tend to be supporters, Mr. Speaker, the state is spending over $6.4 million in the rental of government offices around the island. $6.4 million, Mr. Speaker. This is madness, Mr. Speaker. Whilst we have government offices lying in shambles, for example, the Prime Minister's residence in Bruce.
6 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, we see that $6.4 million is being allocated to rental of properties. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the reality is the government has captured the housing sector in Dominica. This has reduced the roles of our banks. Our banks are under pressure, Mr. Speaker. People are not taking mortgages anymore. And so, in economics, they refer to this as liquidity trap. And that has been around for some time now, Mr. Speaker. And so I'm not surprised that the government is now bending over to appease the financial sector. And so lower interest rates on mortgage is unavoidable, since the demand for mortgage is almost non-existent. So you all are not fooling the people of Dominica with the Future Housing Development Program, because you really have no choice. The RBC has left, Scotia is gone, and the First Caribbean International Bank has 1 foot out. These are clear signs of a failing financial sector, Mr. Speaker. And it is just sad that there are many others who suffer in silence. So the burden is now shifted to the youth to take out mortgages, while supporters get free houses and foreigners take hundreds of millions of dollars away. Housing in the Kalinago territory, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to attention a very peculiar observation, and I'm very grateful, I must say, for the European Union and the World Bank for these projects in the area. But we have observed that there are a lot of single men who have no children, no wives, no girlfriends, getting home. More than 15 single men, Mr. Speaker, getting homes over families, men and women who have wives, who have 5, 6, 7, 8 children, Mr. Speaker, living in deplorable conditions. Mr. Speaker, isn't there something called prioritizing needs? We need to be able to meet the needs of those families, especially families with children who needs home, Mr. Speaker. This does not require a master's degree. This is just basic common sense. Ministry of Housing, Rural Environment, and Kalinago Affairs. Because of time, I will just ask him a few questions. Honorable Frederick, are you aware that the theme for this year's budget is agriculture? Are you also aware that for the last 3 years, the Agriculture Center promised to the Kalinago people is no longer on this budget estimates? Mr. Speaker, is it true that the 2019 audit report for the Kalinago Council was done, and now the 2020 and 2021 report that was tabled last week, we have seen that the report for the Kalinago Council is missing, Mr. Speaker. I would like a response from the Honorable Frederick. Is there something to hide? Why wasn't this report tabled as well, Mr. Speaker? Honorable Frederick, our Kalinago youth contribute significantly to sports on a national and international level. Are you aware that the Honorable Rosalind Paul has failed in her duties and have neglected our playing fields for quite some years now? We were promised lightings and seats and extended space at the Jolly Johns. We are still waiting. Mr. Speaker, I also want to ask Honorable Frederick if he's also aware that out of a population of over 4,000 Kalinago people, only 55 has applied to the Kalinago Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, are the rules too stringent? Do we have to amend these rules to allow our Kalinago people, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity to be able to invest out of the Kalinago territory? This is one of the recommendations I would give, because some Kalinagos do not want to invest within the area. So the reality of this budget, the reality is it will further increase our national debt with little economic opportunities for our youth to generate wealth. Mr. Speaker, we also want to say that if this was the United Workers' Party government, we would focus a lot more on markets for our farmers, Mr. Speaker. We would have invested about 60% of our efforts into markets, because our farmers are already doing a good job, as opposed to giving them inputs. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Almighty God for giving me the courage to stand on the minority side. It is not a popular thing to do, Mr. Speaker, but I would rather stand for integrity, honesty, and transparency any day than to be anywhere else. I thank my constituency association for helping me with the many projects that I've been doing. I also thank the people of the Kalinago territory, Atkinson. And
one more minute.
I tell them Chisentina Buni, which means in Kalinago language, I love you. And I also extend sincere thanks to the many supporters in Dominica and abroad who have supported me in one way or the other throughout the past few years. Thank you, and God bless you.
I see that members are taking a new approach where they are asking questions. But if a minister has already delivered, we'll set the trend now where, according to the rules, that the minister be after the Honorable Austri present. I would ask that the two ministers, that's Honorable Laville and Honorable Cozier Frederick, be given, let's say, between 2 to 5 minutes to respond before the Honorable Prime Minister wind up, and also you will ask a question. So, because if you're asking a question on the record, but ministers have already spoken, you are allowing them to come back in the debate. So, in the interest of proper democracy, I will allow these three ministers. Honorable Laville, yours is short, so 2 minutes. Honorable Cozier Frederick, you will ask many questions, so 5 minutes. And Honorable Blackmore, 2 minutes. That's after Honorable Austri. Yes. Yes. Yes, okay, I will agree to Honorable Laville. You can stand and just correct what you were trying to correct. And then Honorable Frederick, off your head, if you can remember, you'd respond. And Honorable Blackmore. So let's start. Yes, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And I was really attempting to clarify one of the abhorrent statements, in my view, when the senator addressed the House. And that had to do with the assertion, Mr. Speaker, where it was said that, it's better? Okay. Where it was said, Mr. Speaker, that in no uncertain terms that the rising electricity cost, Mr. Speaker, was associated with the purchase of the shares in Domlec by the government, Mr. Speaker. and that is of extreme concern, Mr. Speaker, because I am baffled, therefore, that any member of parliament here, anyone in this world, Mr. Speaker, would not be aware, not be cognizant of the effects of the war in Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, the war between Russia and Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, on so many issues, including the cost of electricity, the cost of living right now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I presented a few days ago that this action was something positive, to purchase the shares of Dominica by the government. It was something progressive, forward-thinking, Mr. Speaker. And also, what happened, a secondary thing, was that we righted a wrong, to put it this way, by this administration. And Mr. Speaker, what you see is that this government is truly sensitive of the rising cost of electricity. And what we have sought to do, Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, to alleviate and ameliorate the issues affecting the people, Mr. Speaker, is by way of policy action, is to remove VAT, Mr. Speaker, on fuel surcharge, Mr. Speaker, and to allow a further ease from 100 to 150 units, Mr. Speaker. So that's another 50 additional kilowatt hours, Mr. Speaker, where we will see no taxes being collected. So that is what this government is seeking to do, and in no way, Mr. Speaker, is the cost of the increasing cost of fuel around the world associated with any actions of the government of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Honorable Kozia.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I stand on a point of clarification, as to clarify a few things said by the Honorable.
Well, it's not really a point of clarification. I ask, you have a right as a minister to reply. If a member is specifically asking a minister a question, so remember you have already debated, but I'm allowing you this opportunity to respond to the member.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I will first start by clarifying a few points and also answer the questions that was committed to me by the senator. A point was made by the senator about no jobs and opportunities for farmers in the Kanago territory, and that is definitely incorrect. We know that it was said, so it's a point of clarification, that under the World Bank Recovery Project, we have been able to assist a number of farmers within that space. Another point was made about the hospital and care of Kanago folks in the institution, speaking to falling off beds and bed sores. If I know about the situations, I think this is an administrative situation at the hospital, and for a fact, we are doing all we can to ensure that the people of all levels, not only Kanago people, get affected by those issues at the hospitals. And also, in terms of housing, speaking to the fact that a concern for a number of single men receiving homes, I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, to the people of the side of the constituency that I'm very happy for the folks who receive those homes. I'm very, very excited for them. While they're single men, they're also human beings and strong Kanago Braves. And they would have received those homes based on a very rigorous and transparent process. And so we were not pulling names from a hat when we did give those homes to those folks. So these homes were given under the HRP, the Housing Recovery Project. I went for a rigorous process. Constituents like myself and the senator had the opportunity to review the list. And so I'm excited for this. And we have seen that folks across political lines, across philosophies have received homes. And so I'm very excited for that process. Regarding the agricultural center for the Kanago folks, we are going through some teething moments. We have to settle off some of the land issues with the council, and we will continue to do that. As it regards to the report on the Kanago Council, I personally, as a law-abiding citizen of the state, I don't interfere in the audit business. I know for a fact that the audit is an independent agency, and so they have a report, and I get to see the report like everyone else when it is tabled at Parliament. So I will in no way, shape, or form influence the outcome of an audit report. But I am very saddened by, I am very, very saddened that the member would want to suggest that we as honorable parliamentarians can get involved in that process. We have successful events within the carnival space, and I really want to thank the work done by the sports division. And while we have a lot to do on the playing fields, for instance, but it's much more than just physical work, but it's also, I really want to support the folks who come out and support the KPL, for example, the people in the KSA who plan those events, who put their time and energy into that, and the NEP who support it. And definitely moving forward, we will commit to ensure that the playing fields are developed and also that the sporting disciplines get the proper push. And so I want to encourage you,
30 seconds.
Senator, to be part and parcel of that movement. We had a wonderful closing ceremony for the KPL. I didn't see you there at all. But I know you've been struggling with your present situation. And so, yeah, so just to close, I'm really happy for the folks who applied to the KDF. They realize that they're moving away from independent on the government. And so while there are small numbers who have applied to the KDF, there are people who are very enterprising, and I'm excited for those who do that. And I expect to see from the $1 million in his new budget that many more will apply, and that the KDF will be a success. And
yes,
I will continue to assist the people of this space to be independent. Thank you so much.
Honorable Blackmore, 2 minutes max.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very much concerned by the number of misrepresentation made by the Honorable Senator. But firstly, I'll begin with, she asked
Honorable Minister, you can only respond to what she asked directly to you.
That's what I'm trying to do, Mr. Speaker, with your permission. One, on the issue of a crime, a sexual offenders registry, Mr. Speaker, as I said in my presentation very clearly, that this Labour Party administration, during consultation with all the relevant stakeholders, took on board wholesale the recommendations, except insofar as the registry is concerned. I think, Mr. Speaker, we have to be clear as to what we want. Do we want strict enforcement of the perpetrators? Do we want people who have been charged with the care and responsibility of the children to report incidents of abuse? And we continue, as I said in my presentation, we'll continue to give consideration to the registry. But we have to make a distinction, Mr. Speaker, between somebody who has served his time, his or her time, and who have been through a process of reform. And then we have a very small society. We also have to ensure that we put systems in place that are not geared towards the victimization of people who have served the time. So I think we have to be prudent in our overall analysis of that situation. But we'll continue, Mr. Speaker, to review that. The other issue she made reference to a family court.
No, it's not a debate, you know. If she has said something specific that could put the state in disrepute, so not to counter debate.
Yes. She asked, Mr. Speaker, for a family court. A family court. I'm just trying to educate the Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Within our current laws, namely Chapter 4750, we speak to the Children's and Young Persons Act. Mr. Speaker, there's a clear procedure outlined to deal with offenders who are minors. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we are actually looking at the Child Justice Bill, which actually outline the relevant infrastructure, to be actually effective, namely a family court,
30 seconds.
An attendant other infrastructure that we need. Mr. Speaker, just finally, she made reference to the need for...
No, you can't refer to what she make mention to, where she asked questions specifically to a minister.
Yes, she asked questions.
Yes.
She asked for proper system to put in place to take care of the mentally ill? She asked that question. And I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, Chapter 40, 62, Section 4, Mr. Speaker, outlines, Mr. Speaker, the responsibility upon whom it rests to take care of the mentally ill. Section 6 of the same Act places a collective responsibility on guardians, parents, members of society, the police, and especially psychiatrists, Mr. Speaker. So we have the laws in place. It comes back to our collective responsibility, one, as family members, two, as community, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we take care of the mentally ill. As far as I'm concerned,
Time up.
there's a facility, the psychiatric unit, with more than one psychiatrist, Mr. Speaker, and nurses to take care of our mentally ill. It's also a responsibility as family and community to take care of the mentally ill people who, most times, when something happens to them, Mr. Speaker, finally, a family member emerges and says, that's my brother, that's my sister, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah. Honorable Austri, recognize. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a very brief intervention in this budget debate. I should have observed, Mr. Speaker, that much has been said on our side, but very little has been said on the opposition side. So I'd like us to assume that both sides of the House have agreed that this is probably one of the best budgets ever presented in this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to, Senator Sanford made a number of erroneous and unsubstantiated statements in her contribution. And I really do not want, Mr. Speaker, this time to go after Honorable Sanford. I understand her condition, and if you notice that she's been missing very much from the entire sitting. And I know, Mr. Speaker, when people in those conditions, they experience all sorts of problems, including mental problems, you know? And it's also a fact of life. That's just how it is in those conditions. And so I will have pity. I talk in medicine there, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
No, he didn't say she's feeling that. She's talking about a medical issue.
Right, and I
So
want
you
to
can
save
proceed.
her, and I don't want to, you know, that's what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I must make reference to one statement that she made, Mr. Speaker.
Standing Order 44, subsection 4. It shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting or disrespectful language about members of the House or against the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, the language of the The language of the honourable member in reference to Senator Annette Sanford is insulting, it is disrespectful, it is unbecoming of the House, and it must be withdrawn.
I think he made a general statement in terms of a condition. I mean, it wasn't specific to her. So proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. But Mr. Speaker, I want to make reference before, like I said, to one thing she said, Mr. Speaker, about the Housing Recovery Program. And Mr. Speaker, it appears to me, which was the same strategy used by the United Workers' Party when they attacked the Agricultural Livelihood Program of the government of Dominica funded by the World Bank. And this is a World Bank funded project, Mr. Speaker, where they have set up a project implementation unit with international bidding for the positions at that unit, Mr. Speaker, full of transparency. Mr. Speaker, that program is specific to people who lost their homes during Hurricane Maria, meaning that, Mr. Speaker, you would have had to have a home for you to qualify under that program. Mr. Speaker, 2,830 people applied under that program. And after various changes to the program, with the approval of the World Bank, Mr. Speaker, we boiled down to 420 homes to be targeted for construction on that particular program. Mr. Speaker, the Kalinago territory is the largest recipient under that program. Out of the 420 homes approved, Mr. Speaker, by the World Bank, by the World Bank, 100 of those, and in terms of percentage, 25% of those homes are going to the Kalinago territory. We have only completed and handed over 69 of those homes. So there is still 300 and some homes to come. The last time we did the homes, Madam Speaker, 17, I believe, went to the Kalinago territory. 17 out of 59 went to the Kalinago territory. The last 2 weeks ago when we handed over homes, Mr. Speaker. And I told you that over 100 of those homes will go to the Kalinagos. And these were people who already had their homes, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's another attack. This time not on a government housing program, but on internationally funded program, where the senator is attempting to lay accusations to the funding agency on the process by which they decided to implement that program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they did that for the agricultural program, and it tells me, and I've said before, Mr. Speaker, this senator, it had to be the HRP she's talking about. It is the only HRP she's talking about. And the senator seems to have a fundamental problem in giving homes and houses to the people of the Kalinago territory. This is not the first time, Mr. Speaker, she has attacked our gesture to allow the Kalinago people to live in comfortable homes, Mr. Speaker. And now she's attacking the men of the Kalinago territory, the leaders of the Kalinago territory, the warriors, the fighters, the hunters, the Kalinago braves, Mr. Speaker. The Kalinago braves. She's attacking them publicly, Mr. Speaker, saying that they do not deserve to be given homes. They're not a priority, and they should not be given homes by the government of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. That is the record. That is the record, Mr. Speaker. The same senator who said to us that she's not in favor of giving the Kalinagos concrete roofs and hurricane ties to tie their roof, madam. The same senator. Because she said it's not in keeping with the culture. We should cover their home with straw and grass, Mr. Speaker. The Kalinago territory, having suffered the worst under Hurricane Maria, Mr. Speaker. And they had already left straw and vertive a long time ago, and they still received the most damage from Hurricane Maria. And she's saying to the people of the Kalinago territory that galvanized and concrete is not part of the Kalinago culture, so we should not give them roofs, sustainable and resilient roofs, Madam Speaker. And the same attack we see being launched and meted out to the Kalinago people by the senator, who really does not have, and I would say something, but he would tell me I'm being disrespectful. So I'm not going to say it, but she's not a full carb, Mr. Speaker. So she does not understand the plight and the situation with the Kalinago territory, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I start my contribution, Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to extend. So somebody will lock the door, please. Mr. Speaker, can we have the doors locked so the opposition will stay there and listen to us debate this budget? Mr. Speaker, they're already running. The leader of the opposition has left as usual. Now look at, and I expect the member for Salisbury to follow suit. But it's okay. We'll say what we have to say, because we're talking to the Dominican people, Mr. Speaker, because this budget is about the welfare and the livelihoods and the sustainability of the Dominican economy and the Dominican people. Mr. Speaker, And so all of them can leave, Mr. Speaker, but we'll speak to the Dominican people, Mr. Speaker, and to remove some of the doubts that have been attempted to place in their minds by the opposition. Mr. Speaker, before I start my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I was just responding, Mr. Speaker, because you will give me time after to respond. I responded now before. Mr. Speaker, I want to express my deepest condolences to the family of Avis Robinson, who, as we heard in the news, was knocked down by a motorcycle yesterday at Purple Tittle. I know the lady, Mr. Speaker. Every morning, always jogging, a retiree from the United States, came down here, and she made this unfortunate incident which cost her life, Mr. Speaker. And so on behalf of the Cottage constituency, I want to express my deepest condolences to the Robinson family. I think that was a sister of Dr. Cyril Robinson and the Robinsons, Mr. Speaker. And also to the Etienne family, Vince Etienne and the people of Purple Tittle, who are proprietors of the Purple Tittle, Patricia Etienne, and that is where she was coming from after spending the day. That's where she normally spends her pastime. She's retired, come down jogging, enjoying Dominica. And she normally goes there every day, basically, to spend time with Patricia there. And she was coming from there. When she stepped out on the road, she got hit. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to express my condolences on behalf of the constituency. But also to Mr. Speaker, the young man who was involved in that unfortunate incident, I know him very well too. Very good, young, promising gentleman. He's from Penville, actually. Very good artist. If you notice, all the shoes we had painted, especially in the northern constituency, this nice big shoes and so on, these were part of his artwork. Very, very good and prominent artist. School teacher by occupation or profession. And so, Mr. Speaker, to his family, I also want to express, and I'm sure the Prime Minister, when he comes to speak, will do that. But knowing him so well, in fact, he was working on a project that I have interest in as we speak. And I really hope that he will recover with mental. This thing takes a toll on you, you know? I mean, that's a death, right? Accidental death, and it affects you. It takes you a little time to recover, and I hope that he can make a quick recovery very, very soon, Mr. Speaker. So I really want to sympathize with his family on that unfortunate incident. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate Senator Esprit, who joined the League of Men. Who joined the League of Men. Of big men. Of big men. Of big men. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish him well and to say to him, Mr. Speaker, that it's not always smooth sailing, like life itself. It's not always smooth sailing. There may be challenges. And what will separate him is that he can ride above those challenges and still make the best of his marriage. And he can always contact me for advice if necessary and when necessary. I have more than 25 years experience in this thing, Mr. Speaker, and I can write a book on this. So in the event that he needs any sort of guidance, then he can always approach me, you know, and I will give him some advice. Mr. Speaker, this morning, in my usual early morning reflections, my 4 o'clock reflections, I sent a happy emancipation to a friend of mine. And she responded, well, Emancipation Day was yesterday. And I said, well, emancipation is not a day. Emancipation Day is an event. But emancipation is part of our culture. It's a process. Because, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, many of us in this country, we're still economically and mentally enslaved. And what hurts me, Mr. Speaker, is to see that every attempt that this government would make to liberate our people from economic slavery, we meet with strong objection from the opposition, Mr. Speaker. Every time we take an action, whether it's the international airport, whether it's the housing program like you saw today, it always comes under attack, Mr. Speaker. And all we're trying to do is to make our people liberated, to emancipate them, Mr. Speaker. To emancipate them. That's what we're trying to do. And at every juncture we tried, Mr. Speaker, the opposition seemed to want them to remain in that state of economic slavery and poverty, Mr. Speaker. Because even the source of funding that we're using to help to emancipate our people, they have launched a broadside attack every day, Mr. Speaker, against that program, seeking to deny the people of Dominica the necessary resources that is required to continue to raise their standard of living and to make them independent in their own independent country, Mr. Speaker. That's for the opposition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they have gone to the extent that they have joined forces with the same colonizers, with the same racist people, both here and abroad, to join forces to see how they could keep our people in that state of mental and economic slavery, Mr. Speaker. Aided, no, you can rise if you want, aided and abetted by some Dominicans who themselves are enslaved in diaspora, Mr. Speaker. Themselves are enslaved in diaspora. And I'm not going to call their names, Dominicans know who they are, because they are the advisors of the United Workers' Party, Mr. Speaker. But this government will continue this struggle, and that's why I say, Mr. Speaker, emancipation is not an event. Emancipation Day may be, but emancipation is a process, a lifelong commitment. Because all people have shed blood, Mr. Speaker, for our freedom. We have shed blood to be liberated from these people who continue to seek to enslave us, Mr. Speaker. And you have here in Dominica men of high collar. These are not shabby men we're talking about. We're not talking about shabby men. We're talking about men of high collar. Shabby. Who are products of slavery. Who benefited from that emancipation, from the blood shed by our people. Mr. Speaker, and they continue to try to leave our people in that state of mental and economic slavery, Mr. Speaker. And so I want to wish all of us here happy emancipation. And that should be our motive moving forward, to continue like we're doing in this part of the House, to liberate our people from economic slavery by giving them the means and the tools that they can become independent homeowners, independent persons seeking medical care, independent education, to give them an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to rise or to remove from them the shackles of slavery, or what constituted slavery in the old days, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been in this parliament for 28 years. And I have seen 28 budget cycles. I have been here, Mr. Speaker. But those I remember more vividly was the budgets between 2000 and now. And Mr. Speaker, the opposition is always quick to tell us, oh, you guys going back in 2000, so long to 2000. The member for Salisbury last parliament, he said, well, I wasn't there, it's not me, I wasn't there when that happened. Talking about the state of the economy and the state of the country when we came in 2000. And I think it was the member for Portsmouth who raised some of the issues, some of these things that we met. And those budget days, Mr. Speaker, they were painful. They were hurtful. Because we had to impose taxes on people. We had to remove from these people's salary 5% levy on salaries. Mr. Speaker, there was a proposed bicycle tax. All these little boys you see riding bicycle, not even over there, bicycle. The plan was to impose a $5 tax on them, Mr. Speaker, to raise revenue, to get us out of the rut that the United Workers' Party left us in. Thank God it never came to pass, Mr. Speaker. We lost 2 prime ministers, Mr. Speaker, grappling with how to deal with the economic situation that existed at the time. Mr. Speaker, we had to go to the IMF to do a structural adjustment program. And for those of us who understand what that means, we'll know the problems that we went through. Today, Mr. Speaker, less than 15 years later, because I'm not even talking about the challenges that we met along the way. Today, Mr. Speaker, we're presenting a budget that the entire region and the entire world is at awe as to how a government, having faced so many challenges with a very unresponsive opposition, can come up with a budget, Mr. Speaker, which is not only tax-free, but which continues to remove taxes, Mr. Speaker, on the backs of the people, to continue to improve on infrastructure, to continue to to design new infrastructure programs, Mr. Speaker, to continue to manage our social safety nets program, to deal with those that are less fortunate in this economy, Mr. Speaker. And the whole world is wondering, how is this government able to do it? And to make it worse, the Prime Minister said that we have the money, so that is not the problem. Mr. Speaker, even the opposition were applauding some of the measures in this budget. That's why they couldn't respond to it, Mr. Speaker. An elderly lady told me that the camera caught the members of us clapping under the table. Under the table. Didn't want people to see him clapping, so the camera was right behind him. He didn't see the camera behind him, Mr. Speaker. And they caught him red-handed, clapping, applauding under the table, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the senator from Vietnam, Senator Maslin, he came and he said, well, he's disappointed in the Minister of Health because OECS or somebody say he read in some document that you must spend no less than 3% of your GDP on health. You remember that? You remember that? Reading this thing, not understanding, Mr. Speaker, what's happening. And by the time the minister finished his presentation, he stood up and applauded the minister for having done such a brilliant presentation. And I draw it to his attention. I did draw it to your attention, Mr. Speaker. That's what happened. When you read, you don't understand, you seek no information, you don't understand what you read. Mr. Speaker, which outfit, which unit in the world that could deny that the measures being taken at the China Friendship Hospital to improve patients' care, to make the specialists available to the extent where in certain departments we have excess, Mr. Speaker, that would not be captured in whatever document he read, Mr. Speaker. And by the time he finished, Mr. Speaker, everybody went up in applause. And Mr. Speaker, it was an excellent presentation. Not only in form, but in substance, Mr. Speaker, in substance. And Mr. Speaker, I could hear the leader of the opposition saying, if Mr. was my teacher when I was in grammar school, I would not leave school so early. Mr. Speaker, I could just hear him because he was watching intently, Mr. Speaker, and listening. And today, the senator talking about people afraid to go to the hospital. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's one thing to provide the equipment and the facilities. It's another thing to have the personnel to dispense. Mr. Speaker, we have the most modern equipment. We have equipment, only Dominica have equipment. The HIFU machine, scanners that people have to go overseas. Mr. Speaker, we're now reforming the hospital to ensure that patients receive the best care available, Mr. Speaker. We have beds, brand new hospital. We have an eye care department. 6 operating theaters. The best in the region, Mr. Speaker, a center of excellence. And the senator, she sits there. And she said, well, they know why they're afraid to go. I guess they might be afraid of the surgeons there. They might be afraid of some of the people administering the medication. That's what they're afraid of, not the hospital. Because when you go to that hospital, you're like in a hotel, Mr. Speaker. At that hospital, Mr. Speaker. No. I'm responding to you. I'm responding to you. The healthcare, and I'm not afraid to say it, Mr. Speaker, that much more could be desired from the persons administering health to the people of Dominica at the China Hospital, Friendship Hospital. I'm not afraid to say it, Mr. Speaker. All of a sudden, they're attacking public officers. You are attacking them left, right, and center. You are attacking them left, right, and center, Mr. Speaker. I'm just responding and to correct. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we have 5 doctors on our side, 5 doctors, all in different specialities, Mr. Speaker. But you see, Mr. Speaker, Senator Maslin must be very careful. He has some talent, Mr. Speaker. But I want to say to him that for him to reap the benefits of those talents, he cannot remain in the bowels of the United Workers' Party. There is no leadership there, Mr. Speaker, in the United Workers' Party. There is no future, no projection for growth in the United Workers' Party, Mr. Speaker. And he has to listen to us on this side of the house. You see us there, Mr. Speaker? Years of experience. And we have mastered the art of politics in this country on this side. At my age and Ian and Blackmore and all of us who've been here, we have some young people here for real. But let us look at the experience that is here, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Masley must not allow his arrogance and his inhumility, his lack of humility, to define his future, Mr. Speaker. Very arrogant. Very arrogant, Mr. Speaker.
You have to withdraw the part that dealing with arrogance.
What?
You withdraw the arrogance. Something a little personal.
Well, I'm not giving you no problem today, Mr. Speaker, so I'm not in a mood to give no trouble today. I myself want to stay focused. So, Mr. not give no problem. If I will withdraw, I'll withdraw. Mr. Speaker, he came to this house. And he told us, Mr. Speaker, and lamented the fact that the Prime Minister had not made a cemetery available, so he had to leave Penville and go to a funeral in Portsmouth, Mr. Speaker. That is what he said. You're an environmental officer. The site has been identified. There has been burials there before. What prevents you from taking an initiative? And he says, oh, the reason why environmental health has not approved, or whatever he said. But you're an environmental officer. You used to be. But you say you were two at a time. You said in the parliament that you were two environmental health officers. One from Penville to Portsmouth, and one from Portsmouth to Cabushin, to Calibish or someplace. That's what you said. You that little boy. You that little boy. That's how he described himself. Me, that little boy there, was two environmental health officers one time. I mean, we're in the same parliament. I hope I'm not saying the wrong thing. I hope that's what I heard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is, and he knows that the lady whose child funeral he went to decided that she don't want her child to be buried among Penville people. Mr. Speaker, that came from her church, Mr. Speaker. That is why, Mr. Speaker, that is why they moved, because there are free cemeteries in Viecas. There's a public cemetery in Viecas. So what was wrong with burying that's where most Penville people come to get buried, at the Viecas Catholic Cemetery. No, they will get, but don't make it look like that. So that's the biggest issue. As far as the senator is concerned, the biggest issue confronting the people of Penville is that they don't have a cemetery. The biggest problem. The Prime Minister, in the estimates, Mr. Speaker, we have housing done, we have acquired land, and I'll show you that in a little while. Acquired land for housing for the Penville people. We're now working on sporting facilities for the Penville people. You're a sportsman. Never mentioned that. You're a sportsman. Never once in your contribution you mentioned the efforts made by the Prime Minister. By the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Never mentioned the efforts being made by the Prime Minister to bring sporting facilities to the young men and women of Penville, Mr. Speaker. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, he says nothing about that. The people from Penville, you use your time talking foolishness, I'm going to give you more time. Mr. Speaker, 2 brand new health centers in Viecas and Penville. The senator does not even know that and they're complete, they're finished, ready to use right now, and he doesn't know that, Mr. Speaker. If he had known that, he would raise that in his contribution. A brand new community center, one of the best in the country, in Viecas. Mr. Speaker, the gentleman comes here and he does not say anything about that. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, the Minister of Sports told you that he had established a trust fund capitalized with $500 for $500,000 for young sportsmen and women who call to national duty overseas. And rather than the struggle they have to face to get time off and equipment and so on, they can tap into that facility. He is the something of the Cricket Association. Vice President of the Cricket Association. No, clapping is one. But you must mention it. Let people hear you. Let people hear you. Let people hear you. Because it's not often they catching all you clapping under the table. So they'll always see you clapping. Or you must repeat it on behalf of the sportsmen and women of this country. You must say, I agree with that move. It's a good move, a progressive move. That is what I expect of you, Senator Master. You know, and you're there about vehicles, Pennsylvania Cemetery. At Berry, Charles was between two. The Catholic one and the Anglican one. We all had a luncheon for your candidate. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. No, but this is serious, Mr. Speaker. There is a young man. Now I see you put him between two senior women there and so on. I don't know how we end up between those two ladies there. These ladies don't know whether today is Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. And you're taking this young senator. You start crying. My brother, you are talking, I don't tell you nothing. You attack everybody, my brother. I warn you about these things. Many and keep talking to you. Tell your master, boy, promote yourself, keep up yourself. You might get somewhere. You should be deputy leader of the United Workers' Party. And you could even emerge to be the leader because your leader is headless. You have a whole UWP split up and break up like garlic grain, Mr. Speaker. Break up. One over there. Then you have the APP down there. Then you have the movement engine over there. Then you have some lawyers back there who have more. And then you have Alex Budo up there. Left, right, center, and up, Mr. Speaker. So that is a man. There's a number in the leadership. So you, especially the emphasis and the empowerment that we in the Dominica Labour Party giving to young people, Mr. Speaker. If you watch the budget, Mr. Speaker, many of the measures are aimed at empowering the young people, giving young people a place in this. Mr. Speaker, you heard them saying that they were consulted on certain budgetary matters. We spoke to them, asking them, what would you like to see in the budget? And that is where the future housing program came from consultation with the young people. And you know the response to that, Mr. Speaker? After Thompson Fontaine,
you cannot call a member unless it's going to be
after the fired economists from the IMF,
person name, yeah.
After the chief advisor to the rogue Sudanese government, advisor to the rogue, and they're talking about child molestation. That's what they're talking about. And you have one of your own advising you, working with the most corrupt government in the world, Mr. Speaker. Child labor, child soldier, rape, incest, abduction. That is where he is. That's the government he's advising. And he says on that program, oh, the banks must be careful. Yeah, that time, Mr. Speaker. The banks must be careful because they have a high liquidity problem. So must be careful about how they grant loans to these young people. Mr. Speaker, a loan that is fully covered by the program itself, Mr. Speaker. But they'll get free land, expensive land in part of the best real estate in the country, Warner and Cotton Hill. Mr. Speaker, they have a choice to design their own homes, Mr. Speaker. They will receive those homes at a discounted price, which means a loan that is less than the value of the property. What else can the bank want? What else? The home is already built. So all these issues of supervision and certificate, that does not exist. Mr. Speaker, the financial institutions, they jump on it. We didn't have to ask them. Once you told them what it was, they agreed. They came to the issue. They're ready. They're willing. And the United Workers' Party is saying to the banks, be careful about giving loans to these young people because those loans will become delinquent. Constant attack on the young. And then you know what they say? Well, we'll make a bank for them. And we'll give them 100 million. 100 million, he said, he'll make a bank. For what? To do what? What are the terms and conditions? Nothing, Mr. Speaker. The same way, Mr. Speaker. The same way. He says, oh, well, forget about the housing thing. I will give everybody $100,000 to do what they want. Cash money, Mr. Speaker. You heard that? Well, don't answer. You don't answer because everybody heard it anyway. $100,000 instead of the housing program, instead of building homes for people, Mr. Speaker, he will give everybody 100,000. He raised it from the 25 he had promised them during election. Remember he had promised them 25. Now people don't fall for that. But he said, well, let me try something. Let me raise it to 100,000. I'll give all you vote for me. And all you can do what all you want with it. Go on vacation, buy car, do what you want with it. That's your money. That is the economic plan. And the senator sits and says that we have no plans for the young people. And her party and she telling young people that will give you 100 grand to do what you want with it. Let it sink, Mr. Speaker. Vacation, buy car, more fingernails, more weave, more braids. Then if you can imagine what you do with $100,000 now. Mr. Speaker, I mean, it's laughable. It's laughable, Mr. Speaker. What recklessness is that? And you're talking about debt to GDP ratio and what debt is and what debt not. What would that do to the economy? It would sink the economy, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Because you have more money in circulation, you don't know what to do with it. Mr. Speaker, that's what and now he's saying we'll build a bank for them. He don't tell what structure the bank will take. He doesn't tell us what loans you can qualify for. He don't tell us what they will do, nothing. All he says he'll put 100 million. That boy like big money, Mr. Speaker. He likes 2 billion, billion. And I suspect before the end of the year, he'll raise that to $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful in this period how we treat our young people and how we continue to fool the people, Mr. Speaker, with these lies and these innuendos, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I said I wasn't going to be long, and I'm going to try to see if I can do something. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, in response to the budget, he said, well, you know, they didn't give me enough time. So he goes to Q95, and he starts complaining about time. Yes, still, Mr. Speaker, he comes here, and his packet was thicker than that of the Prime Minister. I'm not sure if you guys saw that. His notes, thick like that. A man had no time to prepare. But, Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister did was the budget presentation. But the meat of the budget lies in the estimates. The policy statements lies in the estimates. The only thing out of the estimate is the relief measures, which the Prime Minister announces on the day. And, Mr. Speaker, you could pick up the estimates, go through it, and write a book if you have any interest in it. We're waiting for the Prime Minister to do his presentation so you can respond. But he came prepared. But he did not come prepared, Mr. Speaker, to debate the budget. He came prepared to discuss other things. Mr. Speaker, he spent, 15 minutes, AG, on the CBI, making the same wrong allegations that he continues to make, and the Attorney General corrected him, Mr. Speaker, in the rebuttal. He spent another 20 minutes, 30 minutes on this child abuse, Mr. Speaker. So this is the leader of the opposition. This is a party. When a few years ago we had an incident where some members of parliament were implicated in a similar matter. The Labour Party moved with haste to ask one of our reps to resign from parliament over that matter. That led to a by-election, Mr. Speaker. That shows how seriously that we treat this matter of child abuse, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the opposition, they held on to their man. Yes. They held on to their man. Mr. Speaker. Run an election, yes. Mr. Speaker, with a man who was accused, Mr. Speaker. And they rewarded him by making him deputy leader of that political party. Yes. Mr. Speaker. That is the United Workers' Party record on this hypocrisy that they come to the parliament with, Mr. Speaker. This young girl from Warner, we didn't hear them. We didn't hear them on it, Mr. Speaker. But no sooner that the perpetrator, the alleged perpetrator, no sooner he was shot, Mr. Speaker. They held a rally, yes, inviting people to come to the rally. And you know what the theme of the rally was when people got there? Justice for Kian, Mr. Speaker. Yes, That was the theme of the rally that the senator from La Plaine spoke about, Mr. Speaker. She mentioned it.
You see, again, there is no point of correction, but we'll allow you.
I want to make it categorically clear, this was not the theme for any rally that was involved in.
Mr. Speaker, the United Workers Party, she's part of the UWP. If you want to distance yourself from the UWP, distance yourself.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like the member to withdraw the statement, please, because this is...
Oh, there was a rally.
No, but he's speaking about a rally.
All right, a rally.
It's a rally.
There was a rally.
So,
but he implicated me saying that I was involved in a rally, and the theme for the rally was...
Okay,
were you part of the rally?
I wasn't part of any rally.
Okay, so we've sure that you're part of the rally.
But the United Workers Party had a rally. And she's part of the United Workers Party, Mr. Speaker. For joy. You have to go to high school then to put that together, Mr. Speaker. She was part of the rally, Mr. Speaker. And the rally was about justice for Kian, the alleged perpetrator, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you. I withdraw. You know why? Mr. Speaker, I met her in the cafeteria. You know, having a cup of coffee there. So I don't get upset with me, so I withdraw, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I didn't recognize her there. So I went in there and I said, well, you looking nice, man. And she said, why, Papa? Mr. Speaker, she was shocked that I asked her that question. But that's a party of love, Mr. Speaker. Labour Party is a party of love. We love everybody. We don't take foolishness from people. And when they attack, we respond. But we're a party of love, Mr. Speaker. A love that is sadly lacking in the opposition, Mr. Speaker. Because their leader has no love for anybody, Mr. Speaker. All young, Mr. Speaker, the same Annette Sanford, who comes here, Mr. Speaker. Senator Sanford, who comes here and laments how young people need help. It was the same party who described those young people in the most despicable manner, Mr. Speaker, when talking about young people, when young people went to the government to look for help and assistance, for health and education. I'm not going to repeat how they call her, the leader of the opposition. They call them prostitutes, Mr. Speaker. That's how they describe Annette, the senator. That's how her party described young people going to the government for health and education, Mr. Speaker. That's how they describe the young people. And they describe them as criminals, Mr. Speaker. Young boys with knives and guns waiting to shoot and kill Chinese and Haitians, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, today, they claim that we have a growing crime problem in the country. The United Workers Party is the biggest perpetrator of those criminal and deviant behaviors in our society, Mr. Speaker. They are the ones who went to Salisbury and told the people of Salisbury, when the police come to put law and order, you must stun the police. That was what said publicly in the constituency of Hector John, the parliament for Salisbury, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, he said it he tried to say it in Patois. He can't speak Patois. He said it in Kokoy, and when he sang it in Calypso, Mr. Speaker. Cool Wash Bowie should come down like rain on the police when the police move to stop criminal and deviant behavior in our country. And now you come there talking about, you want to give people advice how to fight crime and violence? They coined the phrase, boots on the ground, Mr. Speaker. That's what they told the young people. Put your boots on, go out and fight. And burn down the city. Call them out on a match that had no sense, Mr. Speaker. And calling out the young people. And when the young people came out and started burning, they run and hide, Mr. Speaker. They run and hide, Mr. Speaker. Today they want to go and make a statement. You have no moral authority to talk about crime and violence in this country, Mr. Speaker, because you are the perpetrator of crime and violence in our country. Because, Mr. Speaker, once you start repeating your own propaganda, that's what they call indoctrination. You repeat it sufficiently until it becomes part of you, Mr. Speaker. And that is one of the problems we have in this country, where the opposition has done nothing except to encourage deviant behavior. Mr. Speaker, the constant call of this government being a criminal government, the constant call of this government stealing money, in the psyche of the young people, they're rebelling, Mr. Speaker. They're rebelling, Mr. Speaker. And the most the opposition can do, Mr. Speaker, is to call on them same young people and tell them what I asked you to do. I changed my mind, don't do it again. That's the best they can see, Mr. Speaker. And that is how he spent. That is how he spent his time. That was the substance and the basis of his contribution to this very progressive budget, Mr. Speaker. With so many measures, Mr. Speaker. So many measures in this budget aimed at alleviating the plight of the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me just say a few things about housing. I'm not even going to touch the budget that I've been dealt with. I will deal with some of the things on the housing. How much time do I have? Yeah, but I didn't want to take more time. Mr. Speaker, there's a little unit in the Ministry of Housing called the Property Valuation Unit, Mr. Speaker, the Land and Surveys Division. And that unit, Mr. Speaker, is responsible for the implementation of almost every capital project in this country. Because every capital project in this country has to do with land acquisitions. You know we are a little short on land. Our country is not blessed with so much flat land. Lands are held in private. And Dominicans know the value of land. And they always try to hold on to their land as much as possible. Some of those lands are family properties. Some have no titles.
17 more minutes.
And yes, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, it makes it more and more difficult to get land for. So we have to acquire lands, Mr. Speaker. And that can be a very tedious task sometimes, especially when you meet some very difficult clients like we've met, Mr. Speaker. And they will sell for you, but there's a price they know that you will not agree to, Mr. Speaker. Although we have the compulsory acquisition we can do, but this government don't like to take people land. We see land as a valuable asset, and we really don't like to take people land without their permission, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the Lubia-Bakatel Road, we had to acquire 104 lots, Mr. Speaker. 104 pieces of land, Mr. Speaker, for the implementation of that very serious project. On the East Coast Road project, Mr. Speaker, we had to acquire over 646 parcels of land, survey it, negotiate it, acquire it, Mr. Speaker, for the building of 5 bridges and about 270 box culverts on that very difficult but interesting project, Mr. Speaker. And including that, Mr. Speaker, we had to do lands in the Kalinago territory, for which I'm happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that the Kalinagos have gotten paid in full for their property that was acquired for the construction of that very important project. And Mr. Speaker, the senator, she comes here lamenting over the state of the road. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of the East Coast, who have so many challenges with landslides and roads before little rainfall, former Pile Rep Drago. Drago couldn't come to work every time rainfall. Drago have to report absent because he cannot pass. Or he had to go and block 2 culverts in Soufriere, in Bois Diab, in this place all they're afraid of there. The one where the mountain always falling. TFM and that one just below it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and government, with the World Bank, on representation made by the people, by the government, on behalf of the people of the East Coast. And every time, Mr. Speaker, the Sansove senator comes to the parliament, in fact, the last recommendation she made was we should include in the budget for when people transport breakdown to buy new parts for them. That is a contribution, Mr. Speaker, to that major sacrifice that we are making, Mr. Speaker, on the East Coast Road project. You have your old vehicle, your chassis fall. Long time your chassis falling. You say now you're on the government to put a clause. Mr. Speaker, I mean really and truly. Are we serious in this country, Mr. Speaker? As Mr. Blackmore would ask you, are we really serious in this country? People that represent people. Yes, the program has some challenges. We have challenges. It's a nightmare. It's a major project in an area where the weather is not always very good to you. It's not friendly. In the heights of the rainforest there, where when sun's shining in Roseau, rain in your skin up there. We were in Roseau the other day, little drizzle fall. Greta and them couldn't go home. Roseau River flood. Huh? On sunny days, river in Rosalie flooding, Mr. Speaker. That is to tell the nature of the area in which you're dealing with. There are challenges, my brother. And for you, well, you have no reason to be there in the first place, so you can say what you want. You can say anything you want. Mr. Speaker, we had to acquire, Mr. Speaker, all these lands, the value of which was about $5 million, over $5 million that the government had to pay for acquiring properties because it was not part of the original loan from the World Bank. Mr. Speaker, in Portsmouth, we had to acquire property to the value of, what was the value, doggy? $500,000 for the Portsmouth administrative building. Geothermal resources, Mr. Speaker, we have to acquire 55 properties for the construction of the cable, Minister of Tourism, Mr. Speaker, at a value of over $3 million. That is what we're hoping to spend on that, Mr. Speaker. For the health centers, Mr. Speaker, we had to acquire properties. Roseau Health Center, St. Joseph Health Center, Marigot Health Center. We had to acquire 4 properties to develop the car park and other ancillary facilities for that hospital. That is the work that this government is doing. That is what you have to appreciative about. This government going out of the way to ensure that our people live healthy and our people can get the facilities that they need, but for economic development, social development, and health. Senator Sanford. Mr. Speaker, the airport, we had to acquire 268 parcels of land. We have already paid out over $24 million, and we're still paying out, Mr. Speaker. I'm just trying to outline the importance, Mr. Speaker, of the valuation unit, Mr. Speaker. And so a small unit, maybe 4 or 5 people, with the Land and Surveys Division, you have to survey every piece of those lands to get the square footage and to be able to put a value to it. Whether it's $3 a square foot, you don't tell them, well, take that piece for 5. Take that. That's how it's done. It has to be surveyed. And you guys know the challenges in surveying land in this country, how long it takes and all your little measurements and so on. That is the work that we've put in over the last year. Over 1,000 acres of land had to be acquired, had to be surveyed, had to be valued to ensure that we can get those projects on the road, Mr. Speaker.
10 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in terms of housing development, we've spoken about that, Mr. Speaker. This year, we did over 223 housing units, Mr. Speaker. When you add that, Mr. Speaker, to those that we did under the MMC program, the figure I have there is about 1,425. And Senator Sanford attempting to compare a $125,000 home, single home, 2-bedroom home, simple but resilient, to these homes being built by the MMC. I mean, how do you compare this, Senator Sanford? How do you come to this parliament? How do you take your rest time, your bedtime, and come to this parliament and utter, I would not say the word, Mr. Speaker, ask me to withdraw. You cannot be compared. How can you look at a unit that contains 12 families? Is one unit, but with 16 families, Mr. Speaker. And you want to make a comparison. Yes, the apartment buildings, man. You're watching this fellow from Penville there. He can't help you. He can't help you with that at all. You have to defend yourself. You don't make this say, you're looking to Masley. You can get no help from Masley for nothing. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Oh, Lord. So, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue under the modern resilient homes. What we've done, Mr. Speaker, we've changed the strategy. So rather than doing apartment buildings, we're now going for standalone buildings. It's a process, Mr. Speaker. It's a progression. You work on what is suited to a particular area for the purpose, you do it, and then you continue to change your strategy as you go along. So, Mr. Speaker, for Scott said, we have 14 units that we plan to do in this financial year. For Houghton Estate in Eggleston, we do another 14 units. In Grand Bay, Mr. Speaker, 98 units are on their way, Mr. Speaker, to house the people of Grand Bay. In Union Estate, we're doing 16 units, member for Point Michelle. In Kenfield East, Mr. Blackmore, we're doing 21 units, standalone buildings, Mr. Speaker, resilient, first class, modern resilient buildings. In Lily Valley, Dr. Mark, we're giving you 16. In Upper Penville, Maslin, we're doing 16 homes for the people of Penville. That is what you should be focused on, not on the cemetery, my brother. The cemetery will come. But what the people from Penville need now is homes, 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 homes. That is what we, the government, doing in Penville under the leadership of Roosevelt Scarrett, dynamic Prime Minister of Dominica. How are we going to unseat him? But anyway, let's leave that boy. Mr. Speaker, in Aba, in Viekas, you seek to represent those people there too. Another 16 units, making 32 in the constituency you hope to represent. That is what you should be focused on. That is what you should be talking about in this parliament. Senator Maslin, I warn you, boy. I warn you, boy. Oh, and also in Carib, Upper Penville, another 16. So 16 and 16 is 30 and 16 is how much? Can you imagine Penville and Viekas with 48 new, well-painted, with roads and infrastructure and light underground and water underground and everything underground? Huh? Yeah. It doesn't matter. In one constituency, I'm talking about my brother. You know where those homes are going to be built? You know the lots? You've visited the site? Don't worry about the pay. We have money, we'll pay. You approve the sites? You approve the site? You approve the program? You approve? Boy, let me leave you alone, boy. Mr. Speaker, in Woodford Hill, small farm, we're talking about another 16 units. In Guamo Park, Roslyn, we're giving you 16 units. And in Platinum Pier Lady, we're giving you 10. For the time being, for now, Mr. Speaker. That plus, well, Cotton Hill, we're getting the future housing program. And you can imagine what that will look like, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the apartment buildings, if you drive up the apartment buildings, overlooking the Kempinski, you see in Point Wrong over there, you see the Yacht City Harbor in Lago there. Then you're looking over the marina there. Just close your eyes, Mr. Speaker, close your eyes. And see what we're doing for the young people, Mr. Speaker. 3-bedrooms and 4-bedroom homes. Some of them opting for a swimming pool. Well, they'll do that on their own. But some of them say they want their swimming pool too. Our young people have high dreams and aspirations. And even if we cannot meet them all the way, we have to meet them halfway, Mr. Speaker. And we know, Mr. Speaker, to some of them it's just a dream. Because some of them are from poor families. Their parents don't have land. All they have, Mr. Speaker, is an opportunity to educate themselves and to come back and make their contribution. Mr.
Speaker, I move that the Honourable Minister be granted an additional 15 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honourable Minister be granted an additional 15 minutes to complete his contribution to this year's budget debate.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honourable Reginald Austri be given an additional 15 minutes. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Honourable Minister, you are given an additional 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another important program that we are rolling over from last year is the housing grant of $10,000. With the conditions specified in it, you have to have a plan, you have to have a plan, you have to go to the bank, you have to have your mortgage and so on, Mr. Speaker. Last year, Mr. Speaker, 63 families benefited from that facility, Mr. Speaker, to a tune of $1.1 million, Mr. Speaker. And in this financial year, we're targeting 63 families, Mr. Speaker. And what this money is used for, Mr. Speaker? For building material, we spent $1 million last year, last financial year for building material. This year we intend to spend $500,000. Mr. Speaker, for home purchases, last year we supported them with the home purchase of 7 homes, Mr. Speaker. And this year we're expecting to get another 7 homes. Title registration, Mr. Speaker. Last year, we spent $48,000 to assist them in obtaining their titles. This year, we intend to spend $26 million, Mr. Speaker. For labor, Mr. Speaker, last year, and that is request. That's what they're requesting, Mr. Speaker. We don't dictate to them what they need. They make the request, we look at the needs, it's assessed, we see that it's bona fide, and we make the monies available, Mr. Speaker. And for services, water connections and so on, last year, we spent $12 million on that. And this, Mr. Speaker, we're hoping to spend, in this financial year, like I said, a total of $1.7 million on these future homes. More again, Mr. Speaker, for young people under 40 who wanting to own their own home. You can see how it's well detailed, Mr. Speaker, what that money will be used for, what you can apply for. That's not $100 million and you don't know what to apply for. That's not what it is. It's monies that are there, there are conditions, there's a criteria, just like the future housing. The future housing, the conditions are there, the criteria is there, and then you can access it, Mr. You can imagine you tell everybody you have $100 million, just come for it to do what you want. Doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, these are just a few of the initiatives that we have. And in the Kalinago territory, Mr. Speaker, we have the European Union project, Mr. Speaker, that seeks to build some 50 homes. We're doing the first phase, 25, and the Senator told you that while she's driving, because some of them close to the road, so while she's driving past, she can see them. She told us she never been there, she never go inside them, she don't know what they're looking like, but she's passing there and she's seeing them there, so she know they're going up. Under the HRP, Mr. Speaker, we have already told you that we have over 100 that we target for these future housing programs, Mr. Speaker. And all that, Mr. Speaker, the monies stays within the constituencies because we're using a lot of local. I understand that every Friday, almost like a mini carnival in the Kalinago territory. Money, Mr. Speaker, money. Locals, Mr. Speaker. She didn't tell you that she had not seen the economic development of the people of the Kalinago territory, where people putting their money into good use, sending their children to school, taking care of their health conditions. She didn't say that, Mr. Speaker. She didn't say that at all. All she saw was young men, soldiers, whose homes were destroyed. And she said that we should not rebuild their homes for them, Mr. Speaker, because the young men, the men from the Kalinago territory, do deserve decent homes, Mr. Speaker. That was a story to us here this morning in her preamble. Mr. Speaker, another aspect which we're rolling over is the issue of the interest on loans. The digital freeze moved from 2.5% to 1%. For those of you who forgot, it was the budget last time. So it's a fees from 3% to more than 2.5%. Stamp duty, 2% from 4% to 2%. And assurance fees at 1%. Mr. Speaker, with that measure, we have moved from 10.5% to register a piece of land to 6.5%. No, Mr. Speaker. We're moving a good 4% on the cost of land registration, which is very, very important for everything else, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a few constituency. Mr. Speaker, last night, the action was in Bell Hall. Oh, Mr. Speaker, look, people. Mr. Speaker, people in Bell Hall, Mr. Speaker, and Purple Turtle and Tukari traffic jam between the Kempinski and Tatan there. I spent about half an hour, about hour and a half. But you couldn't see me in that crowd. You couldn't see me in that crowd. Mr. Speaker, it means that we are continuing to improve and to develop this northern part of the potential that it has been supposed to be. In Tukari, Mr. Speaker, we developed our tourism, and we have discussed that, Dennis. Very lively place, keeping it real. For 40 years, we've been working on this project. Over 40 years, we've been working on this project. And with the advent of keeping it real, and I really need to thank Augustine and Derek for his effort. He has maintained this standard for 3 years. The food remains the same. The taste doesn't change. And that is what brings doctors and lawyers and judges. Everybody comes to eat. Dr. Mark is your favorite spot. Keeping it real. I'm not bringing you there again, Mr. Speaker. And if we go to Kana, heritage site, Mr. Speaker, another wonderful place. And of course, right there in Bell Hall, plus you have just across there, the Cold Super. So, Mr. Speaker, we're working on the tourism development, and me and the Prime Minister have to discuss what we're going to do about Tukari. Because we need space, we need more facilities. I've been talking to one of my advisors, and they were saying, don't build no hotel. I was thinking of building a little motel. Saying, no. Leave Tukari as a place for people to come and entertain and eat. Entertainment and eat. And a good friend of mine told me, let's call it the Tukari Strip. A whole strip Tukari Strip. And that is how I can tell you that we have another high-class, high-end facility that we're now putting on that will be opened anytime soon to complement the traffic at the Kipnik, because there's just too many people in Tukari wandering around with nothing else to do. We'll do the craft shops and we'll do the entertainment, we'll do something for the children. We really want to turn Tukari into a top-class tourism destination where people will come to Kempinski. It will be fit for kings, and for the ordinary folks, Mr. Speaker. That is what we're doing. Mr. Speaker, and I have to discuss with the Minister of Finance how we're going to raise the money required. And we don't want to wait plenty of time. We're not going to wait too long for that to happen. You know, Mr. Speaker. We have to move because, you see, Mr. Speaker, if we had waited, if we had spent a lot of money as been suggested by the opposition, giving stimulus packages, we could not stand here today, you know, putting this budget together. When they tried to get people out on the street to demonstrate for stimulus package, when they tried to get people to come out there and to fight with police and so on, demonstrations, we said, no, 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 no. There is life after COVID. And this budget is a revelation that there is life after COVID, and we're preparing for life after COVID. And that is why today we can present you with this budget that even the opposition agrees that is one of the best budgets that they have heard. You'll not tell that publicly, of course, and you'll not hear that on Maboy's Kitchen, and you'll not hear that on Q95. But that is the intention here, Mr. Speaker, to transform the country. Every area has its own unique features, and we have to craft our programs and our projects to suit the particular area in which the natural resource exists. In Valley, in Scott's Head, in Portsmouth, in Purple Turtle, in Roseau itself. I passed through Roseau. Roseau is beautiful, Mr. Speaker. And I really have to compliment the partner for Roseau for bringing some life into the city. When I pass by the promenade, is the promenade you call it? Yeah, when you pass by the promenade, lights and men sit down and men liming and money spending, and you can feel the city coming back to life, Mr. Speaker, which is supposed to be the feature of any city, Mr. Speaker. And I just hope, well, I don't want to say every night because men will work the next day, but we need to find those targeted times, those targeted moments. And this pile rep for Roseau Central, she have a good head on her shoulders, Mr. Speaker, and she's making things happen in the city. And I don't sure who they're running against, Melissa Skerritt, in the next election, if she wants to run again, but you're going to have a hard time, because the people of Roseau, and don't talk about housing for Roseau, Mr. Speaker, I have my instructions that we should move to the other 3 housing sites within this financial year to continue to provide housing for the people of Roseau. The Pong, I think it's this one, I don't know the premise, I don't know Roseau so well, so I don't know it by name. I don't know it by name, you know. The Pong, the one on on the river bank, and on River Street, Mr. Speaker. The lands, most of the lands have been acquired, negotiations taking place, and I'm hoping that in this financial year, we'll see some movements on the further improvement of how. And in Roseau, now looking all right, Mr. Speaker. Everywhere you pass now, a house going up in Roseau. Everywhere you pass, a house going up in Roseau, Mr. Speaker. Private or public. And when we move to implement this charge on vacant lots and to clean up the city, all this grass and all these old buildings are falling on people, and we do these sidewalks, Mr. Speaker, that's a city people will want to come. Because even as it is, when you call an activity, them friends will just jump on the boat and in 2 minutes they're here and they're back the next day. And you expect to see a major influx of people into our capital city when that city is done. Mr. Speaker, we've done some work. The Grange Road has been done. Almost all my roads in Lagon have been done. Mr. Speaker, this bridge is in the estimates, Mr. Speaker. This bridge without the bridge, the same bridge you talk about. If you had looked at the estimates by Punkis there, you would see that it's in the estimates to do that bridge. No, once. I didn't fall on that. I jammed it one time. I jammed it one time. I jammed it once. But it's not me that break the railing. But I jammed the railing, so it had railings on. So it's not the lack of railing that made me jam it. I was tired, so I jammed it once. But that is coming up. I'm not sure. You came to see me the other day for some advice on today, but unfortunately, I was sleeping. But you came to me, right, for advice on how you should present yourself. And because you didn't see me, you made a mess of the opportunity. You made a mess of the opportunity, my brother. I felt bad when them children told me that Daddy Masley come and check you.
Yes, Senator Masley. Senator Masley.
Big idea. I mean, I'll meet him then, I'll take him and go up Capuchin or somewhere. I might want people to see me mix up with them guys.
Senator, you have to remember, Senator Masley.
I'll go with you and give you some pointers. And you didn't see me. You shall come back. You made a monkey of yourself today in the parliament. Mr. Speaker, our health center. Who has seen it lately? Yes. That health center. And Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank the people of Clifton in particular. They have had this health center for over 50 years. And when they understood that we was going to move it to Savannah, they were not happy. They invited me to a meeting and so on. How you going to take our health center and so on. I met them. We discussed it. Told them it's a modern facility in Savannah. It's more centrally located. And there'll be more services will be provided. We have dental service, ambulance service. You'll have a resident nurse there. I'm well in the place and so on. And reluctantly, they agreed. Reluctantly, they agreed. And today, they'll tell you that's one of the best things that ever happened. Because how many hospitals we have? It's a little hospital we built in there. When you see what we had, something that we have prayed about 4 or 5 times, the earthquake mashed it up in 2004, hurricane mashed it up, all the walls cracked in a little area there, wire in front there. You know, no. I couldn't spend 28 years in Parliament and leave the people of the constituency with that kind of health center. And so we had to move it, and today we're ready to put windows, Mr. Speaker. And I'm hoping that before the end of the year, the constituency will have a brand new, modern health and wellness facility that the entire constituency, in fact, I got a couple new votes for that already, people. Built by 2 local fellas, 2 local fellas from my constituency. They've been building and so, but never had they undertaken. And the developers told me that they're so impressed with the work being done by Aldrich Aaron and Benoit Laville that once they finish that, he will have to find work for them wherever he has work because he's impressed.
7 more minutes.
Yes, empowering our young people. That is what it means, Master. Empower young people. So this myth what you have is foreigners that make any money.
Senator Masley.
Senator, you don't mind? Senator Masley, that's what we call empowering our youth in all aspects, the young professionals, the engineers, the contractors. We're empowering our young people, Mr. Speaker, and to ensure that they take their rightful place because it's their time. It's their time. It should have been Master time. And when United Workers' Party had an opportunity to show a new face in the politics, in the parliament, to energize young people, like what Kasani is doing, and what Fidel Grant is doing, and what Kozia Frederick is doing. And Dennis, you've been around for a while, so I'm not going to call your name. You've been around for a while. And Mrs. Scarrett there, how these young people have really transformed the political landscape of Dominica. You listen to the presentation in the parliament, their passion, their love for people. That is what we're engendering here on this side of the house. I'm on my way out, Mr. Speaker. I'm on my way out. And many of us are on our way out. I'm the only one not bold enough to say it. But we have to make space. We have to make way. We have to make room for our young people. Say, I'm Senator Roll there. You know? I mean, look at when you add the ages on this side, 75 is the average age on the other side, Mr. Speaker. 75. I mean, I appreciate the work that my family from Castlebrooks did. I mean, Teacher Ernie, she did some work. I was not happy when she disrespected the Pal Rep in the feast of Isidore. You know, totally disrespected the Pal Rep, but the Pal Rep would for herself, you know, Pal Rep stand up and say, I have to talk in this church. and right now I understand that she's ready to leave the church now because the priest supported tell her that she was wrong. You can't do that. You can't disrespect the member of parliament whether you like her or not. So now she has 1 foot in the church and 1 foot outside of the church. She just got promoted to acolyte, chief acolyte in the church. Now she wants to leave, but I'll talk to her and try to make her stay, you know. Because I'll have a discussion when she's in a good mood, because when she's that lady there by. The one from Grand Thing, she did some work in adult education. But she made a contribution. And you have to make space. You have to let them young people can run that thing. Stop oppressing Senator Masley. You know, but it's his fault. Because we keep talking to him, he's not hearing that he does not have a future in the United Workers' Party. Lennox will never let go of his thing for you, my brother. And they take you and they put you in the back there where nobody, if you was not a little tall, nobody would be seeing you behind there, you know. Hide you in the back there, between them two senior citizens there, you're hidden. And so is your potential, hidden in the back. That's where they put you. And you want to come there, I want to challenge Roosevelt Skerritt and talk about cemetery. About cemetery. When you have 42 brand new homes, 48 brand new homes that will be constructed there. You have basketball court, you have new health center, you have new resource center, you have people working full-time in the constituency. Come on, my brother, come on. So, Mr. Speaker, I am happy. I'm elated. I'm satisfied. that this government is on the right track. And it's not only me and us here that's satisfied, but the people on the outside, they're looking in. And they can't understand how a country with so much challenges, they said don't talk about Hurricane Maria, and I said don't talk about Hurricane Maria. Stop talking about that because that was not a reality, that was a dream. Hurricane Maria never happened in Dominica. That is what she was saying. But you had COVID-19. And all of us, Mr. Speaker, all the countries suffered from COVID-19. We had to do weird things. We had to stop pay public officers in some countries. They send them home in other countries, Mr. Speaker. The economy, especially the tourism economy, came to a total halt. We went through the same grind here. But because of the measures that we had implemented, both before and during COVID-19, we could withstand it. Like I told you, we stood the pressure from the opposition to pay out 300 million. That's what they said in this parliament, that the government have 300 million and they should give it to the people of Dominica as stimulus packages. That's what they were saying. And he says, no, little at a time. Let's wait to see how things are going to turn around. We put some at the aid bank, put some in Social Security. People were, it wasn't the best, but people understood. Today, they're reaping the benefits of the sacrifices that they made. They made a sacrifice for country. The only person that didn't sacrifice was opposition, because he was boasting that his free meals were secure, his dog was secure, his treadmill was secure, everything he had was secure. While the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker, struggling to make ends meet, we were dividing food packages, Mr. Speaker. That's what we were doing to the less fortunate people almost every month. And everybody got, not one set, everybody in the country, we did food packages, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our people would hold on until this moment. With our international airport in sight, with our yacht marina in sight, Mr. Speaker.
2 more
and
minutes.
the better economy in sight, Mr. Speaker. That is what we have done for the people of Dominica. That is why they will continue to favor this government. That's why they will continue to have faith with this government, because this government has demonstrated over a number of years that our interest is in the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. In the people of Dominica. The young, the old, the not so young. And that is our commitment and our pledge to our country. Because we have to live in this country, you know, Mr. Speaker. We're not going away. We have to live here. Those of us who want to live would have left already. We're too old to live now. We cannot live. Carousel, do not come. Mr. Speaker, we have to live here. We have to stay in Dominica. And we have to ensure that we create a country where we can live in peace. We can live in harmony. We can live in unity. We can live in love with each other. We have to look out for each other. Because the world out there is getting no easier. Today there's a big debate, Senator, in the United States, whether America is in a recession or not. And in the old days, they told us that when America sneezes, we down here catching a cold. We have reversed that. Because while America's sneezing, we breathe in hard, Mr. Speaker. We breathe in well because our government cares. The government of the people cares. Our Prime Minister cares, Mr. Speaker. Managing our resources with prudence, Mr. Speaker, to give all of us an opportunity. And to thank my constituents, Mr. Speaker, for having put their faith in me. And we're going to have a little problem, but we'll discuss that at another time. The staff of the ministry, Mr. Speaker, very hardworking, very, very hardworking staff. You need to understand, housing may be a small unit, a small ministry, but the impact on the lives of people is huge. It's tremendous, Mr. Speaker. Housing, shelter for the people, a biblical principle that we're living by. I really want to thank, Mr. Speaker, all the staff of the Ministry of Housing, in all the departments, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to Mr. Hilarion Jules. He was our former housing manager for 17 years. He's now on pre-retirement leave. And with all his limitations, he has served us exceedingly well in that ministry. Soft-spoken, very, very precise in his deliberation. Some people say he used to be a little slow, but he was very, very precise in his administration of the housing department. We now have young Imran from St. Joseph, who is the acting housing manager. He's doing a pretty decent job so far, a pretty decent job. But also in this financial year, we will look to do a little restructuring of the ministry to make it a little more effective, because our mandate is huge. This housing, new housing, future housing, is a project by itself, and we have to find the most effective way to implement that project on top of all the MMC projects.
1 minute.
Yes, sir. The Sustainable Housing Development Project, our own internal, because we're not only depending on this outside, within the ministry itself. The ministry itself, Mr. Speaker, the government itself have our own housing program. Our repair program will continue, Mr. Speaker. And while we'll not accomplish everything in this financial year, but it's a continuous process, Mr. Speaker, and we will not stop until every single Dominican is properly housed in a hurricane-resilient home, in a sustainable home with washroom. Mr. Speaker, now we hear everybody now into washroom, Jamaica, but let me not call their name, Mr. Speaker. Countries around us still grappling. And housing too. When you look at the situation, housing in Trinidad, Jamaica, there's a new issue with housing. And you see many, many countries now embarking on social housing, something we started about 16 years ago. Now the rest of the region is asking us, how do you do this thing? Looking to us in Dominica, small island, faced with many, many challenges, Mr. Speaker. We can be a beacon, not only to the rest of the region, but to the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of
Yes,
clarification,
Senator.
please. Go ahead.
No, I didn't hear what you
I
said.
stand on a point of clarification.
Yes.
You have to indicate that before.
Mr. Speaker, in
It's okay.
reference to the housing in the Kalinago territory as it relates to the World Bank program and also to the housing program related to the men. Can I go ahead?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, in regards to the World Bank program and the fact that the indigenous people were complaining about having homes that would reflect their tradition. As you know, in 2000, this government ratified the ILO Convention for the Indigenous People, which gave them the right to be able to communicate with these people and consult with them before any major project goes on. Mr. Speaker, this consultation, it's available on the government's website, where the World Bank program met with the indigenous people. And the indigenous group that they met told them that this was one of the requirements and recommendations to the project, Mr. Speaker. And
yeah, but what's the point of clarification? Because you are back in the debate.
The project still went ahead and constructed the concrete homes.
Yeah, but I cannot allow you to. It's like you back in the debate. It's not a point of clarification. If you were clarifying something that the minister said, so please take your seat because you are back in the debate. You know? No, your mic is off. So please take your seat. It's not a point of clarification. No, we have to proceed because you were back in the debate and I allow you 2 minutes. So please take your seat. No, please take your seat. Please take your seat so we could continue because you dealt with the point of clarification wrongly. You were actually back in the debate and not what the minister said. So proceed. I see the Honorable Prime Minister want to. Yes. I recognize you, Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, before I make my short intervention and wind up debate, I want to extend my sincere condolences to the family of Ms. Robinson, who unfortunately lost her life yesterday in this accident at Purple Turtle. She was a returning Dominican. She was come back and forth and built a beautiful home and was enjoying that beautiful home, but she succumbed as a result of this accident. And for me, again, Mr. Speaker, the rider of the motorcycle is from my constituency. And I spoke to him this morning and extended my solidarity to himself and his family, and also spoke to his sister. I can only imagine what the family is going through at this time. But just to say that our thoughts and our prayers are with them, and of course, the family of the deceased. I also want to extend heartiest congratulations to our Senator, Honorable Nichols Esprit, and Mrs. Esprit for their wedding or marriage yesterday, and I wish them God's guidance. I wish them long life and happy life together. I am sure at this moment, Mr. Speaker, he may be trying to make something happen during his honeymoon. So I want to congratulate him as well. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to extend my own apologies for not being in the House physically for most of the debate, because I've not been well and I've been trying to avoid the air conditioning system because it affects me a bit. But I'm happy to be here. But I can say to you, I did follow the debate very intently. And I want to commend every member on the government side for really doing justice to their portfolio responsibility and also to the representation of their constituency. I thought that they all performed exceptionally well in their contribution to the debate. But Mr. Speaker, I also listened attentively to the leader of the opposition in his response to this year's budget presentation, hoping to hear an alternative budget with some proposals for this fiscal year, because we don't have all of the answers to Dominica's problems within the Labour Party, and it's always good to listen, even if somebody is putting forward a different view. So I do listen. Unfortunately, I've never had the privilege of getting a hard copy of the leaders of opposition response to the budget, though back in the days from Mr. James and others, I would get a hard copy, even if the content was very poor, but nonetheless would have gotten a copy. I was also hoping, Mr. Speaker, that if he had no plan, then he would have at least pointed out which measures he would have included in or excluded from this year's budget. 1 week later, Mr. Speaker, neither he nor any other member of the opposition have dealt with the budget. Although, as I understand it, we're here to debate the 2022-2023 budget cycle. And the presentation of the budget and the budget debate is the most important calendar event in a parliament. It is not a surprise that we're having budget debates in July. This is part of our Constitution. It tells when the financial year ends. So it's not coming as a surprise. So one would expect people to prepare. So I take it, Mr. Speaker, that all of the members of the opposition are satisfied with the budget presented, as well as the government's accomplishments over the past year. But the only thing with them is that they are not honest enough to come publicly and say, we support the budget. They won't say it. Mr. Speaker, it is my understanding that they have been whispering to their friends and cohorts that this is an election budget. Because of all of the planned investments outlined in it, including for agriculture, for tourism, for small business development, and other sectors, as well as the fiscal and other measures announced to bring relief to our people, improve their livelihoods and their investments. I recall, Mr. Speaker, the very same comments about the election budget was made last year, when we presented some very far-reaching positive measures which have redounded to the benefit of every citizen in our country. However, Mr. Speaker, this government is not about appeasing people around election time. We are about delivering on our promises to the people of Dominica. Whether we're in the first year, second year, third year, or fourth year of an election cycle, we're ensuring the well-being and welfare of our country, our citizens, developing a sustainable economy, and building a resilient Dominica. And people who know me know that I don't play games, neither do I take people for granted, and neither do I make promises that I can't keep. I'm not in this business. Whether it's election year or the first year of the elections, I treat every day with seriousness. And we do all of these things, Mr. Speaker. All of these things because we are here as a government, as a party, to serve the people. To serve the people and to serve them to the best of our abilities. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, the people of this country have elected the Dominican Labour Party for 5 consecutive terms. And there is absolutely no indication, based on what the people are saying, that this Labour Party will not be back for 6th term in government. Because we have been delivering to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, I have received very positive feedback on the 2022-2023 budget from Dominicans, both here and abroad. Residents here in Dominica, well-wishers, and some international people in the international community, and even some of my colleagues in the region. Because people marvel how in the midst of this crisis, you are building homes for Dominicans. But not only building homes for Dominicans, how are you giving to them free of charge? How do you sustain it? And my simple, humble response to them is that God continues to provide. That's it. Because people continue to marvel, how can a small, vulnerable country like Dominica, having been battered by Tropical Storm Erica, brought to its knees by Hurricane Maria, battling this COVID-19 for the last 2 years, and now the Russia-Ukraine war, that this government continues to transform the landscape of this country with extensive investments in the growth sectors, infrastructure, and the people of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, that is why the opposition had absolutely nothing to say, nothing to contribute to this debate. Nothing. And I believe in my heart, sincerely, that the country could be better served if we had a more constructive opposition. The leader of the opposition spent 2.5 hours speaking. And you could see it was froth, it was embellishments, just to say that he used the 2.5 hours which Skerrit used to present his budget. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, being as objective as I can be, he could have summed up all of what he said in 32 minutes. 32 minutes. But he didn't want to say, for the public to say, that Skerrit spoke for 2.5 hours and he spoke for 32 minutes. That's all. It's nothing to do about presenting plans and programs. Nothing about relief for the Dominican people. Nothing at all. He focused on his usual dangerous rhetoric about the CBI, throwing out numbers and calculations that not even he could understand, Mr. Speaker. All in an effort to deliberately mislead Dominicans, create a bad image of our country, and undermine the greatest source of non-tax revenue for the people of Dominica. That's the intention. And when I listen to him, based on his own calculations, he's saying that we collected less in the 2 years after than we should have in the 2 years after Maria. And then he says we collected more in the last 2 years, based on these calculations, than we should have. Then he went on to say, Mr. Speaker, that the fees paid for marketing of the CBI are higher than the wage bill. Mr. Speaker, there is no line item in the estimates for marketing of the CBI. None. Instead, there is an expenditure line item for the CBI program, which includes fees paid for marketing, due diligence conducted on all applicants to the program, and some of the other expenditure related to that program. Therefore, it is sensible for one to conclude that this was a deliberate attempt by the leader of the opposition to mislead the public. That's what. And I want to say to Dominicans, you know, never for once believe that the attack on the CBI program is an attack on Roosevelt Skerrit. This is a calculated attack on our country. And we all have seen and continue to see and benefit from in this country the positive impacts of the CBI on our country. A country that was ravaged by Maria. How could we have financed the construction of 380 homes in Bellevue-Chopin to include a new water system and infrastructure? Just do the maths and understand the cost of these things. How could we have built hundreds of homes across Dominica for Dominicans, resilient homes? Take loans? Who's going to pay the loans? Raise taxes? Introduce new taxes? That's the option. And so, anybody and anything that is positively impacting Dominica, the leader of the opposition and the United Workers' Party, they attack them. President Bill Clinton came to Dominica after Hurricane Maria, a good friend of Dominica. He came, he traveled to Dominica. He's not a Dominican. Dominica is not the U.S. Virgin Islands or Guam. But because of his humanitarian instincts, he came as an international figure to draw awareness to our plight. and to say to the international community that I have visited Dominica and we should do everything to help Dominica. What did Mr. Linton do to Mr. Bill Clinton? He attacked him. And he said that President Clinton was trying to use Dominica as a lab rat. And 48 hours later, he took down that post from his Facebook page because somebody built sense in his head. They've written to the World Bank on numerous occasions, saying to the World Bank that we are misusing the resources given to us. Hoping that the World Bank would stop the projects and stop giving Dominica money. They wrote to UNESCO, Mr. Speaker, saying to UNESCO that we are damaging the World Heritage Site for the construction of the East Coast Road. When we came here to demarcate a portion of land to build one of the best hotels in the Caribbean today, Kempinski, Mr. Speaker, they wrote to UNESCO, they wrote to the international community, saying that we are using national park lands to build a hotel. And when UNESCO wrote to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I took responsibility for responding to UNESCO. And when I responded to them, they responded acknowledging that what they had given clearly was not factual. They have disparaged Sam Raphael. First, they told him, don't work in this government, don't build no hotel. And the moment Sam Raphael decided that he was going to build the hotel, all hell broke loose. All hell broke loose. We have seen the vilification of the Chinese government in Dominica by the Workers' Party because they help in Dominica. We've seen the vilification of Morocco and Venezuela because these countries are helping Dominica. And when the Minister of Foreign Affairs brought a resolution to the House, a motion to the House, for the Parliament of Dominica to stand in solidarity with a friend that has assisted thousands of Dominicans to be educated today, the Cuban people, the leader of the opposition conveniently went outside during the motion so that he will say to those who are his bosses that I was not in the House, I didn't support Cuba. No principle. And these are the people that you want to run this country? These are the people that we want to run this country? And they have been unrelenting in their attacks on MMC simply because MMC has partnered with this government to bring about projects and programs to Dominica. So they'll attack the CBI, they're attacking institutions which are helping Dominica, they're attacking countries that have partnered with us to build a prosperous Dominica, and they're attacking individuals. Anybody in Dominica, anybody in the world who says anything positively, whether you're a priest or pastor or bishop, Mr. Linton will go after you. And that is what it is. So I want to caution Dominicans with their folly about these people. And then he moved to Dominica's debt to GDP ratio. And based on the statistics he presented, it was clear that Dominica's debt to GDP rose as a result of sharp declines in GDP. After Tropical Storm Erica, Hurricane Maria, and during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Five more minutes.
Note, Mr. Speaker, that Dominica's debt to GDP ratio was 68.9% in 2015. 68.9% of GDP in 2015. moving, and the intention there, Mr. Speaker, was by 2020, 10 years in advance of the mandate given to the by the Monetary Council to achieve 60% of debt to GDP. Dominica would have achieved this 10 years in advance. And as Minister of Finance, I was even saving money with the intention of paying off all our domestic debt in the first instance, and then to pay off our foreign debt. And at that time, Mr. Speaker, by the time Hurricane Maria hit, we had about $380 million in our account. Because my intention was to clear the national debt, keep us disciplined by continuing to pay into an account as if we were still at national debt, so that we could have monies for current and future generations to use to build an independent nation. And after Hurricane Maria, after Tropical Storm Erica, we never went to any person who we owed and to give us debt forgiveness. Let's defer payments. Well, I remember going around the world and meeting people, you know, and people saying, why haven't you written asking for debt forgiveness? I said, no. No. We're not going to do those things. As a matter of fact, when I went to the World Bank at the end of September, I believe early October, they had just received their quarterly payments, and they were shocked. And we paid all our debts during those difficult periods. Never defaulted on one debt payment, including the monies owed to the Trinidadians at the 14%, the effective rate of 14%, which we renegotiated in 2004 and got an interest rate agreed to by these people at 3.5%. So we took it from 14% to 3.5%, and we are still paying today. Yes, sir. And at the end of every financial year, Mr. Speaker, we must find about $11 million to pay into this account. $11 million we must find by June 30 every year to pay for this. Mr. Speaker, I want to drink some water so everybody can hear this very clearly. Mr. Speaker, like I have said before to this House and to this country, I do not intend to continue living in state-paid property for much longer. You know, there is a saying which I ascribe to, that a man is still a man even if he has one pant. And the dignity of a human being must always be maintained. And so the matter of government having to pay for decent accommodation for the Prime Minister of this country has received sufficient airplay, Mr. Speaker. And I need to get the opposition to turn their attention from where Roosevelt's carriage lives so they can contribute to the well-being and welfare of the people of Dominica. And as I've said before, by the grace of God, I will be moving to my personal home very soon. And those of you who know me know I love landscaping, and I have been propagating hundreds of plants to propagate and to beautify my home and so forth. So, but Mr. Speaker, for the leader of the opposition to come into this honorable House and deliberately state that the rent for the residence of the Prime Minister was paid without the approval of Parliament is grossly malicious and clearly intended to again mislead the public. And I don't know, and I want to state this thing on the record because it was not objected to. Mr. Speaker, government has been renting properties for houses for judges, magistrates, nurses, doctors, customs officers, and various government offices. Have you ever seen a line item in the estimates requesting the approval of Parliament for any of these rentals? These have never taken to the House for approval, except, Mr. Speaker, in cases where the ministry's total allocation approved by the House was inadequate and additional funds were required through supplementary appropriations. That's how it is done.
1 minute.
20 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honourable Prime Minister be granted an additional 20 minutes to conclude the debate on the national budget.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honourable Prime Minister be given an additional 20 minutes. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister, you are given an additional 20 minutes.
Thank you. Then he goes on to talk about Customs and Excise Department. The Honourable Linton spoke about the customs and limiting the importation of barrels into Dominica. Mr. Speaker, I can say to this country, the most this government has done is to purchase X-ray equipment to scan cargo at the ports of entry, which includes the scanning of barrels. We have procured 5 scanners at a cost of $2.5 million. And when the invoices came to me in 2021, I'm saying, well, this is COVID time. So many things we can do with that money. But it was for national security purpose. This is not to restrict barrels. And you see, Mr. Speaker, clearly someone told Mr. Linton something. He did not come to ask the question to educate or inform himself. And that's the danger of it. And he comes and he makes a statement, in his mind, a statement of fact, to mislead the people. We are simply seeking, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that illegal firearms, ammunition, and drugs do not get on the streets of Dominica, so that we can protect the people of Dominica, and very importantly, we can protect the children of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. That's why we have put these scanners. And to ensure that our country remains one of the safest places in the world. So if there has been a drop in the number of barrels which come into Dominica, it means that the criminals are aware that we are in a better circumstance now to identify these illegal firearms. And I can say to you, Mr. Speaker, that a significant number of firearms, ammunition, and drugs have been intercepted because of this scandal. And the issue of small arms, Mr. Speaker, ammunition is a major problem throughout the world. It's a major problem that preoccupies the minds of every security agency in the Caribbean. And so instead of coming to commend the government, he's seeking to give the people the impression that the government has passed a policy and we're not allowing people to bring in food and clothes and things that in medicine in barrels anymore because of our policy. That's what it's been. But you can't change these guys now. You can't change these guys now. Mr. Speaker, then he attacked the non-citizens who are resident in Dominica, most of whom are helping to build our dynamic Dominica. We welcome foreign nationals in Dominica. And I can say to all foreign nationals in Dominica that Dominica is your home. Dominica is your home. We love that you're here. How could we as a people, Dominicans, have issue with foreign nationals in our country when so many of us are illegal in people's countries? I don't understand it. That we only call people brothers and sisters when we need them? That when a hurricane hits us, our brothers and sisters? That's not what relationship is about. If a man is your friend, a man is your friend. If a man is your brother, is your brother. Good or bad, especially in bad times. We're not. And he attacked the staff of the Inland Revenue Department. The laws of Dominica, Mr. Speaker, apply to everyone, whether you're a citizen or a resident of Dominica. And in some cases, the laws apply to even Dominicans living overseas. And so if the leader of the opposition is aware, Mr. Speaker, that someone is breaking the law, then he should report it. That's what would be expected of a member of parliament. That is what would be expected of any citizen of Dominica. That if you know that someone is breaking the law of our country, you report it. So when these guys call themselves patriots, what do they mean? What do they mean when they call themselves patriots? But to make this statement that non-residents are not welcome in Dominica is unfortunate, coming from the leader of the opposition of our country. And someone who was deported from Antigua for working without a work permit. And so when I hear what this guy has said, it is clear, Mr. Speaker, that this year's budget, like others, have the leader of the opposition, what we say, bazuzi, confused. Confused. Mr. Speaker, you know, I have come to realize over the years that caring, C-A-R-I-N-G, is something that happens naturally. You can't Google how to care. You can't Google that. It has to come naturally. Showing empathy is something that comes naturally. And that too, Mr. Speaker, is difficult work, hard work. Because to empathize with someone, you must know their circumstances. You must be able to sit down and listen to them for hours and help them develop a solution to their problem. And there's some people, as I say, Mr. Speaker, no matter how hard they try, they will never be able to care. They will never be able to empathize with people. Because these things come naturally. And so, when I heard him talk about housing for Marigot, I said, well, this guy must be the member of parliament for Marigot in St. Martin. Because clearly that's someone who is out of touch, someone who is indifferent, someone who doesn't care, someone who shows no empathy to his people, to not be aware that his people are benefiting and have been benefiting from housing over the years, Mr. Speaker. From 2018 to now, Mr. Speaker, and the cash register keeps computing. So when I give you the figure, it will be ... We have spent in Marigot, Mr. Speaker, $7.8 million in housing. $1.506 million was provided to repair 56 roofs. $539,592.71 was provided for roofing repairs, home renovations, and temporary home rental for displaced residents. In partnership with an international organization, and Comrade Riviere, who has been representing the interests of people, knows about the details. Because when it comes to me, I say, my brother, I just give you some money for housing, Marigot, you come back to me for money again. And so in partnership with Samaritan's Purse, we gave some $485,191.72 to construct new homes at Fine Grass in Marigot for 15 residents. So we joined at Sam's Gutter, we joined resources with Samaritan's Purse. The government provided material, and Samaritan's Purse had some money, and they provided the labor, Mr. Speaker. And I'm telling you what people tell me, you know. I'm integrally involved in this. Eradication of pit latrines, $183,285.90 was spent to help eradicate pit latrines in Marigot constituency. 7 new homes were constructed at camp in Melvin Hall for 7 families who are now resident in there. And when you see where they came from, Mr. Speaker, to where they are now, it's a palace, Mr. Speaker. $2,168,649.51 was spent. And under the Housing Recovery Program, what they like to call the World Bank Program, whether it's the World Bank Program, whether it's the Dominica Program, or whether it's the Spirit Program, the important thing is that people are getting brand new homes, Mr. Speaker. So call it what you want, give credit to who you want, because for me, Mr. Speaker, I give credit to the Lord, because I'm just an instrument that He is using on earth. That's it. So far, $2,625,000 have been spent for 21 individuals in the Marigot constituency. Brand new homes, Mr. Speaker. Making it a total of $7,508,530.55 have been spent in the Marigot constituency. Brilliant. Yeah, what a wow, Mr. Speaker. What a wow, Mr. Speaker. What a wow, Mr. Speaker. And these guys come here and they're giving the people of Dominica the impression, and giving the lovely, wonderful people of Marigot the impression that the government doesn't like Marigot. Scary doesn't like Marigot. Marigot is one of the best communities in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. One of the most hospitable people. Hospitable people. Decent people. What they have been lacking, Mr. Speaker, is caring leadership, compassionate leadership, and someone who is there for them. But thank God, Mr. Speaker, they have Carissa, Honorable Riviere there, helping them represent their interests. So I live in vacants, Mr. Speaker. I know all of these things happening in Marigot. You are the member of Parliament for Marigot, and you do not know anything happening in Marigot because you don't go to Marigot. And when you go to Marigot, you go by one person in Marigot. I won't call his name, I can't call the guy's name, Mr. Speaker. That's really good. So these lies that these guys are parading in this country, I believe it's important for us to start calling them out and setting the fact. Because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we don't want to, we got other things to do. You can't always spend time responding and all these things. But we must not allow untruths to be on the records of the Parliament unchallenged. And so, Mr. Speaker, these guys are not serious. And in the same breath of he talking about housing for Marigot, he spoke about this government creating the first welfare state in the Caribbean. And what does that mean? When you say welfare state, what the state does in the case like that, it provides for the vulnerable, for the less fortunate, for the indigent, for those who, because of their circumstance, cannot fend for themselves. And a conscious, conscientious, caring, empathetic government will always find the resources to respond to the needs of the people, especially the less fortunate. And I have made it very clear, Mr. Speaker, I will never, as long as I'm here, I will never give up my commitment to the less fortunate among us in this country. And I'm saying this to my party, that we must never forget where we came from as a people, Mr. Speaker. Never believe that you were born with what you have now. We are standing on the sacrifices of many people, including these poor people, Mr. Speaker. I could have come here and said, Mr. Speaker, that I struggle to pay for university. But no, our responsibility as current generations is to ensure that succeeding generations have life better than us. That's why the Negmao revolted against the colonial masters. So that the succeeding generations will not go through the struggles of slavery. That's why Jolly John died at the hands of mercenaries, defending. And that's why it's important, Senator, that you continue to speak the truth about your Carnegie brothers and sisters. Don't come here and denigrate them. Don't come here and say who deserves home or who does not deserve home. It's the Lord who gives. Whoever gets, thank God they're getting. That's what it is. Must never do this. And let me tell you, Dominica, when you talk about welfare state, it means that the UDOLP is against the SUK program. It means that they're against housing. It means that they are against the $300 that people 70 and over are getting. It means that they're against the free tuition fees at the state college that our young people are benefiting from and educating themselves. It means that they're against the free books and free uniforms and school bags that we're given to scores of children across Dominica. It means that they're against the free medical care that 60 and over and 18 and younger people are getting in Dominica. It means that, Mr. Speaker, that the $500 that we give for school transfer grants to ensure that every child who passes the common entrance or city national assessment exams can start school with a free school shoe, a new shirt, and move away from the hand-me-down that we've been accustomed to in this country. It means that the scores of young Dominicans who get scholarships and grants to study overseas, most of whom parents cannot even go to the bank to get a loan to study at universities. That's what they call a welfare state, Mr. Speaker. It means that the grants we're giving to farmers through inputs and cash, that we should stop it. Because in their words, we are creating a welfare state. And we must always defend the less fortunate in this country, Mr. Speaker. Always. That we should behave like Mr. Linton, Hurricane Heat. He has members who had no lights. Everybody had no lights. Everybody could follow a generator, follow a spark. And he called Asap Michael in Antigua. And he asked Michael for one generator. Not two to give Isaac one for his place there, Iraq, to start making sandwiches for us. One. And so when the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda called me, because of my friendship with him, and said, Comrade, Linton called us to ask us for a generator. What should we do? I said, give it to him. And I said, he asked for one. One. There's no way, Mr. Speaker, that I would have called anybody and asked for one generator when my other colleagues have no lights. But this guy, you cannot care. And so, his house fixed, roof up, and he has made no representation to anyone, for anybody else. Instead, he's gone everywhere in the world, including when we were at the United Nations, seeking to raise funds. He was outside telling countries, do not give Dominica money. He went to Algeria to meet the Polisario. He said in a press statement that they promised him assistance, fertilizers and everything else, money and everything else. Where's the money? Where's the fertilizer? Where's the assistance? That's 2018, 2017, Mr. Speaker, October. And when the World Bank asked me to come to Washington, and they say we only can give you $60 million, I call a press conference.
2 more minutes.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Honourable Prime Minister be granted an additional 10 minutes to complete his presentation on the conclusion of the budget debate.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker. Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honourable Prime Minister be given an additional 10 minutes. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister, additional 10 minutes.
Stick within that 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, they have gone out there to deny the people of Dominica an opportunity. And so, Mr. Speaker, what I have just listed are really the main points presented by the Leader of the Opposition. It is obvious, Mr. Speaker, that he has no vision. No vision of his own for the development of Dominica or its people. Instead, he knows how well to black-eye Dominica and create a bad image of our country. But I can say to him and to his members that we will never be distracted, Mr. Speaker.
That's right.
We will never be distracted. This government has a lot of work to do in rebuilding this country, and that we shall do, Mr. Speaker. This budget has been rightly dubbed an across-the-board budget. It will touch the life of every Dominican, of every strata. We have accounted for the youth, for entrepreneurs, the vulnerable, the Kanlago people, farmers and agro-processors, and the fiscal measures to bring relief to vehicle owners of all grades, as well as electricity consumers in our country. These are targeted measures, Mr. Speaker, designed to give citizens a boost, providing a cushion in light of the current realities of the global economy. inflation brought on by the Russian-Ukraine war, as well as the lasting effects of COVID-19 pandemic on public finances and livelihoods. To offset the potential impact of the war on food security, we are putting measures in place to strengthen the agriculture sector. This builds on the investments we have made over the several years, Mr. Speaker, to support our farmers and increase production. Our aim is to increase the contribution of that sector to our GDP. The measures in this year's budget are deliberately aimed at expanding production capacity for a wider cross-section of our society to encourage increased participation. We are talking about incentives to our hucksters, agro-processors, and in the coming months, people who wish to pursue the production of cannabis byproducts. The youth is an important consideration in our thrust to build the agricultural sector, and the $1 million allocation will provide the startup necessary to get qualifying young farmers on their way. Like tourism, Mr. Speaker, agriculture must become everybody's business if we want to achieve our $700 million output by 2030. We have adopted a people's development approach. This is about people. We could have come here and say things are tight with government, we're going to tighten up, no fiscal measures, No. We understand how people live. And we understand the dreams and aspirations of Dominicans. And so when the Senator Sanford says that we are spending too much, this is a time when governments must spend if they have the money to spend. That's what it is, Mr. Speaker. Because the government must give the people the hope, the motivation, the boost, and that's what this budget is doing, and that's what the people of Dominica are saying, that they're so happy about this budget, Mr. Speaker. Though they're saying they don't expect all of that, because they know how things be. Dominicans are not irresponsible. Dominicans are not selfish people. They know and they understand. They're bright people, sensible people, Mr. Speaker. And so, every project conceptualized and implemented by this government considers the future of our people, the job creation of everyone willing to work and enjoy a fruitful life in Dominica. We have encouraged our people, including the youth, to prepare themselves for the sustainable jobs we are creating in agriculture. Tourism, the several projects about to get underway, Mr. Speaker, in tourism. The magazine said about Dominica. International transport, specialized jobs we're commissioning of the international airport. The digital economy that has created opportunities for so many young people earning decent pay, resting at their homes, can do other things, working for international firms. We're not sitting on our heads, Mr. Speaker. And neither are we sitting on our hands in this government. Hard work, but we are committed to it. The construction sector, Mr. Speaker, geothermal energy and other services, all get to creating sustainable jobs, better paying jobs for people. This government remains focused on the creation of a dynamic Dominica. We have time and time again overcome the odds. No government in the history of this country, no government in this Caribbean has been tested by natural disasters and external shocks by this government, Mr. Speaker. None. The Lord has been testing us like Job, but we are not a people of little faith. Because he always says he will not give you more than you can bear. And when you are tested, that's when you rise to the occasion. You dig deeper. It's not simple work. You're not coming to write to some editor and saying all kind of nonsense about the country. Inflammatory things. No. We have displayed, Mr. Speaker, a level of resilience admired the world over. Our only detractors is a small pocket of naysayers in this country who have no interest in this country progressing and meeting its development goals. For their own selfish reasons, Mr. Speaker, they engage in daily attempts to derail this country. It has not worked, and it will never work, Mr. Speaker. It will never work. All the attempts will come to naught, Mr. Speaker, as it has done in the past. And it will not work, Mr. Speaker, because God is with us. And it will not work, Mr. Speaker, because the vast majority of Dominicans appreciate what we're doing for them and for this country. You know, and this budget, Mr. Speaker, is a people's budget because of the participation of people. You know, Mr. Speaker, in the month of July alone, I met at the residence of the Prime Minister 432 Dominicans in small group sessions with a t-shirt, a pair of jeans, and a slippers, listening to them about their views. That's outside of the numerous consultations which the government held. Sometimes 5 days in a week, meeting people. And all of what is contained in this budget came about by the consulting the people, by the ministers at the ministerial level engaging the people. And then we're coming together as a parliamentary group, not only cabinet, a parliamentary group, to decide what are the final things we bring in here. I'm not sure, Senator Marsden, that the leader of the opposition ever consulted you on anything in regards to the budget. No, there's no guidance. They have not gotten together and say, okay, what are we going to present to the nation? No. The first time they're hearing it is when he's presenting it. And the first time he's seeing it is when he's presenting it. But every member of parliament here gets a copy, a draft copy of the Minister of Finance speech. And they go for it. Obviously, ultimately, the final content will be decided by the Minister of Finance, Prime Minister. But there is a participatory approach. There's an involvement approach. So, I see my friend, he seems my good friend, but he got a little distracted, Senator Marsden. You know, but that's not a place for you to sit. That's not a place for you to sit. And for a young person, that's not a place for you to sit. And I'm saying to you, as a family friend, as a family, as a constituent, with no political interest where you stand. Because you know me and in the Vickers constituency. You know me and Penville. I mean, so but we can talk. we can talk. Because we can talk. And I think you have a contribution to make. Yeah, you think you have a contribution to make. So, Mr. Speaker, the government will identify the needs of our people and engage them in finding and implementing solutions to today's global challenges. We're implementing a people-first agenda which promotes sustainable, inclusive growth and builds resilience across all sectors for all our people. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding our many challenges,
Two more minutes.
Dominicans have much to be thankful for. We thank God for His graces, His inspiration, His protection, and for His many blessings. With these gifts from God, we as a government have been able to put the gifts into action and allow them to multiply into many folds to progress this country. Our people are working hard, becoming more resilient. New businesses are emerging while existing businesses are expanding. Our economy is growing, diversifying, and becoming more sustainable. And we are seeing a new Dominica evolving. Let us, as a people, continue with the same vigor, Mr. Speaker, to build a resilient Dominica. We are building our international airport. We are building our marina. We are building new tourism products like the cable car. We are developing our geothermal resource and digitizing the economy. We are creating an enabling environment for agriculture, agro-processing, small businesses, manufacturing, tourism, and other sectors to expand and flourish, while at the same time, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that there is sufficient provision for the less fortunate, the vulnerable amongst us. God's children, God's special children. We're investing to upgrade healthcare and housing infrastructure and ensuring a decent education for all, Mr. Speaker. In short, we are building a sustainable, resilient Dominica for all of us, and especially our children, those who are here and those yet born. All I will say, Mr. Speaker, in closing, on my constituency, is that they have a special kind of love for me. And I have a special kind of love for them. They have been with me all through, committed people, friendly and loyal people, Mr. Speaker. And I thank them for their undying support. That's all. I will not talk about projects and programs, Mr. Speaker, because love is the most important thing. And where there's love, anything can happen, and everything can happen. And I wish to invite all of Dominica. I hear people talking about village feast, and fed this and fed that. But I want to send a message to all who, in the hearing of my voice, especially someone who is 4 people down from me on my right, that the biggest feast anywhere in the Caribbean after the World Caribbean, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the World Caribbean Music Festival must watch it with the Fat Penville. With the Fat Penville. And Mr. Speaker, so I invite the whole of Dominica on the weekend of the 12th. 12th, right? It's a Friday. Or the 13th. To Penville. To Penville. For a massive fete. We were interrupted by COVID, but we are back.
Yes, I.
And it is going to be bigger and better, Mr. Speaker. Bigger and better. But we have pork, we have chicken, and I can't say other things that we have. We have lots of things.
1 minute.
Lots of things, Mr. Speaker, to welcome you, the most scenic and beautiful part of this country. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My fervent call to all of us in Dominica, that notwithstanding our differences, we have a Dominica to build. And let us work together. This government has open arms to engage you with your divergent views once it is done with the ultimate objective of having a better Dominica. We're open. And let us seek to close this political divide that is unnecessary in this country. Let us promote a culture of tolerance, a culture of peace, a culture of love among ourselves, and truth as we work towards building Dominica. And as long as people are prepared to earnestly and sincerely help and to work with this government, we are prepared to engage. But I'm warning anybody who seeks to undermine the well-being and welfare of Dominica, you'll be dealt with in the swiftest and most direct manner, Mr. Speaker, because this country has been through too much for anybody or any group of people to seek to undermine the future of this country and its welfare. We have a duty and an obligation. You know, I am not an American citizen, Mr. Speaker, and I don't think I'll ever become one. But I've read the oath of allegiance that when you become an American citizen, and I urge Dominicans to read that oath of allegiance, what it says, how it treats the citizens' regard for its patrimony. And I support it. I'm not casting it aside. I agree with every single word in this oath of allegiance to become a citizen of America. And this is why America has been a great country. This is why America came from a colony of the United Kingdom to be the largest economy in the world. Because people may have the differences, but when it comes to the protection of your country, Americans stand together. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are going to be focusing heavily on the budget implementation. As a matter of fact, we have our first meeting, joint meeting with Cabinet and Permanent Secretaries on Thursday to start putting things in place for an effective, efficient implementation of this year's budget. There are high hopes out there, and it is incumbent upon us as a government to ensure that we do not fail the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, on up.
Let's go. Let's finish.
This concludes the debate. The estimate shall now be referred to the Committee of Supply of the whole House. the estimate for $1,119,829,003 as approved, as presented for the capital and recurrent be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled 2022-2023 Appropriation Act 2022 be read. A first time, Mr. Speaker, and passed. First time. Be read a first time, Mr. Speaker.
Second, Mr. Speaker.
Read. 2022-2023 Appropriation Act 2022.
The bill has been read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled 2022-2023 Appropriation Act 2022.
Second, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled 2022-23 Appropriation Act 2022 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
2022-2023 Appropriation Act 2022.
The bill now stands committed to the Committee of the Whole House to be considered clause by clause. 2022 passed through the committee stage without amendments. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled 2022-2023 Appropriation Act be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled 2022-2023 Appropriation Act 2022 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Go ahead, class. Go ahead.
2022-2023 Appropriation Act 2022.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly. It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended until 4 p.m. this afternoon. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. House stands suspended until 4 p.m.
Mr. Speaker.